Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, we're starting with the welcome. Everyone welcome. Dr. Watts?
As we bring Mr. Butler up to the podium, or maybe he's presenting from his seat this morning, we are excited to present a little bit more of an ambitious agenda for today. Lots of deep topics for discussion, and most of them are very student-facing. So we are, again, inviting and encouraging your input and guidance on these topics. And with that said, Mr. Butler, I am excited to hand it over to you.
All righty, great morning. So since we introduced the conversational style, I'll remain here this morning, but I will invite my team to the podium here in just a moment. They can come on up. And also, while they are on their way, want to extend my appreciation for their work. So joining us this morning is our Executive Director of Student Support Services, Mrs. McGuire, and our Director of Student Affairs, Dr. Miller Fields. They have been engaged in leading our policy review work and team. So these are individuals that are not new to our board, as you all have engaged with them on a number of occasions, and most recently in terms of a large policy review last year with our attendance policy. I like to, as I often do, particularly when we bring before you a policy review, is ground us in the realities and the experiences of the student, right? And so here's our story for today, all right? We've got in one of our schools student who has multiple behavior incidents early in the year, right? These are real scenarios. And across those incidents, different adults responded differently, right? Some focused on redirection and support. Others moved quickly to removal and consequence. And what we saw over time was this. The student wasn't necessarily improving in terms of their behavior, and the responses weren't always consistent. And that's the tension, and that's part of our work and our conversation today, because we absolutely have to ensure a safe, orderly environment with clear accountability. And I think the superintendent has made that very clear earlier this year, specifically as we navigated some real and perceived challenges related to student discipline. But we also have to ensure that our responses are actually helping students improve. And so I want to make sure that we frame that for you as well, as that will surface in what you'll see today in terms of our early engagement with stakeholders. We've got a lot of work to do with a very compressed time, and I'll emphasize that again here a little bit later. But that's why our work is grounded in a commitment to whole child development. And I think I'm supposed to be providing my own slide to the screens. And so as outlined in our strategic plan, this work is anchored in our strategic priority number one, students, specifically our commitment to whole child development. And just to remind us of our key performance indicator, which is to decrease student behavior referrals and incidents. And while this focused on grades 6 through 12, certainly that is a metric that we are monitoring across all of our grade bands. And we operationalize that through two strategies, our wraparound services and positive supportive school climate. And this is important because I want to, again, emphasize that discipline is not just about consequences. And I know that we'll spend some time, obviously, in our policy talking about, in our regulation, those procedures. And then we'll also invite you to have some conversations around the student code of conduct, which is a lot of the work that Dr. Miller Fields and her team does. I want to quickly, although we do not intend to take a deep dive into any discipline data today, because we grounded this in our strategic plan and our KPI, we thought it was important to reframe our conversation. As you know, the Georgia Department of Education, Godot, calculates discipline using a weighted suspension rate, which accounts for the severity of the consequences all the way from in-school suspension to expulsion. So when we aim to decrease the weighted suspension rate, that change can reflect shifts in two areas: student behavior and adult behavior. And you'll see us name that here in the presentation, much like we did, and you'll see in just a moment, in our fall board retreat. Adult behavior, it can imply that teachers are well-trained, and we're supporting teachers in classroom management. It can imply that teachers are effectively building relationships with students, and it can also imply that we're consistently applying the student code of conduct across schools, right? And so, as you can see, and this was a data point, I believe last week, that we pulled for your review today, we're currently not on track to meet our target for this year, which is to decrease that weighted suspension rate to 19.2. Our current weighted suspension rate as of last week is 19.89, but it does reflect a decrease in the weighted suspension rate from last year. So again, that number may certainly shift, but again, just wanted to frame that so that we understand what we have identified as our key performance indicator relative to attendance, discipline. So very quickly, and I'm going to go through this so that Dr. Miller-Fields and Ms. McGuire can walk us through some of the work that we've been doing with the policy review thus far. That brings us to our strategy and tactics that we introduced at our fall board retreat. And we talked about a strategy that's grounded in a balance of support and accountability, prevention and response, and then consistency and discretion. And we'll just kind of remind you of what that looks like. So the first one here is just proactive, and these are real tactics that our school leaders and our teachers have operationalized, and this is about creating conditions as well as building the capacity for our teachers and our leaders. So strong supervision. You've heard numerous times Dr. Barnes talk about those minute-by-minute plans. I think you heard the superintendent reference that on a few occasions as well, how that creates structures. Specifically, I'll give an example, during transition times. Right? So those are those proactive things that we are doing tactically to address or minimize discipline that may occur in a school. Remind you of our second core approach, which is preventative. This is where we identify and respond to students, those early warning indicators, and those early warning indicators could be attendance, could be some of those classroom behaviors, a number of things. Dr. Howard Hall on yesterday talked about those students who have yet to be identified. And so part of the preventive process is to activate a multi-tiered support system. And that is where we intervene and provide supports to students early on, regardless of whether or not they have been identified. And then, of course, which is what I'm sure you are eager to have some more conversations around, is our student code of conduct. But really our policy around discipline. And this is where accountability lives. And we've heard some of that surface from the board, and it certainly is something that we are, in fact, committed to as well. And so our code of conduct ensures that safety, consistency, and then I'll just leave down at the bottom. We talked about yesterday this idea of tight and loose. And so we can apply that tight and loose to that last bullet, which is discretion, recognizing that there is a unique context in each of our situation, but we recognize that accountability, we've got to be clear, fair, and it has to be consistently applied. So with that, I'm going to transition. Hopefully that set the stage for a good conversation. And Dr. Miller-Fields and Ms. McGuire will walk us through the policy and the code of conduct review process. Again, I'll remind you that we are operating on a compressed timeline relative to some of our other policy reviews where we spent a few months. But the good thing is that we're a little ahead of schedule as it relates to the review of the Student Code of Conduct. So we appreciate the opportunity to share that with you today. This is about building a system of support and accountability that's clear for our students and our families. So with that, Dr. Miller-Fields and Mrs. McGuire, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. As Mr. Butler stated, we are not new to this work, but we are true to this work. This work is our code of conduct. This work that impacts students, it impacts families, it impacts the community, and it impacts those attorneys out there waiting for us to not be in compliance. So we are really true to the work. We want to make sure that we have covered our bases, because there are people out there that are waiting. They're sitting on ready for when we don't. So one of the things we are trying to do is make sure we are consistent in what we talk about. As you all know, the Code of Conduct is embedded in Policy JD and in JDR, which is the regulation. So we are looking at the refinement of that. We do have 3 big buckets that we want to talk about that we are really putting a lot of emphasis on, and this will be along with our presentation. And that is our cell phone policy, because as you comb through that Code of Conduct, it talks a lot about cell phones. It talks a lot about electronic devices. So that's one of our big buckets. Our second big bucket, as you know, and it's come on board this year, is vaping. We are really looking at that, and we're going to talk more about that. And finally, there's been some concern about our response and approach to violence against staff. So we're also looking at that, and we'll talk more about that.
Okay. So as you can see here, and good morning, everyone, again, we have to focus on the alignment piece and making sure that we've reviewed both state law, which you know that there have been some changes just in the last 72 hours with what was passed, but also with making sure that we have historically met those obligations around that alignment, as well as Dr. Miller-Fields mentioned, about that consistency and accountability, because those are the things that help us to make sure that we are implementing a consistent, positive, and safe school climate. You can advance. So one of the things that we sought to do was to make sure that we receive feedback from multiple stakeholders that include our students through our Student Senate. And believe it or not, our students lifted the consistency in the application of consequences and other policies and the ways in which they see those things carried out. And our administrators also identified that. So, and you will see in some of the later slides how we plan to make sure that we are engaging administrators and teachers and others in some of that work to help with that consistency piece. But again, also making sure that we're reviewing the Code of Conduct. You can have a book, you can have all of these things, but if you don't talk about it enough, out of sight, out of mind, until there's an incident that occurs. And so how do we establish a consistent cycle to make sure that we are including both our students, our administrators, as well as other stakeholders in understanding what's actually in our policy, but then also in our Code of Conduct? And then also making sure that, as Dr. Miller-Fields alluded to, that we have some equity in the consequences when those things do occur that we do need to issue a consequence for.
And not mentioned here on stakeholder feedback, we also had an audience with the Teacher Senate, and we gained their feedback as well. So I want to let you know the 3 audiences that we've met with thus far are the students, are the administrators, and our Teacher Senate. So we wanted to lift that up as well.
Okay, and so again, those themes that are, came up for us are, 1, awareness. There were components that we found that people were not quite aware of, and through those stakeholder feedback sessions, this gave them an opportunity to give some feedback on things that they perhaps would like to see changed or just strengthened a bit. That consistency piece, I'll give you an example where a conflict that may result in a fight, where it occurs. If it occurs on the bus versus it occurring in the actual school, and how those instances are dealt with. So that awareness piece, but also the consistency in how those pieces are addressed. And then we've also, again, we've lifted up the 3 big buckets that we have identified to date, because this is a continuous work. We do have a team that includes administrators from each level, includes social workers, includes our hearing office and others, to make sure that we are looking at this quickly but also comprehensively.
And again, those three items, as you saw, there were vaping, violence against teachers, and cell phones. So as you can see here, and we're not going to read it to you, our current policy as it relates to Rule 14 on absenteeism, we're going to have a proposal for that. That should be coming to you soon to make some amendments to that. And again, I'm not going to read it to you. We have a current policy, but we want to make sure in there, parents and everybody now know, if you don't do your work, if you don't come to school, you will now get a no credit. That's the key point we want to pull out of that, because there's still some question, some concern about it. So we're going to make sure that that is in the code of conduct this year. So that's the big highlight from our absenteeism policy, which is in Rule 14, which is in the code of conduct. We're going to advance the slide. Okay, here we are, Rule 16, electronic devices. And I know he's probably pulling his hair out, because Ms. McGuire and I call him almost every day, he being Attorney Dennison, making sure that we're on point with Rule 16. So here it is right now, and our proposed change is just making sure that they know they cannot have those devices, and those devices includes a multitude of things, not just cell phones, iPads, iPhones, the smart glasses. They're using those as well. Those earbuds, anything. We're going to provide what they need to be successful in school. We'll provide the accommodations for whatever they need in school. We have made exceptions for those students who have disabilities that need to bring those devices. All of that will be embedded in our proposed revision of Rule 16.
And I just want to highlight the work of Samantha King and her team with identifying pouches that will
Yes.
be used, or the boxes that will be used to lock up those cell phones. As you know, like I said, the last 72 hours, the electronic device rule has expanded to high school students, starting with 27, 28 year. But there are things that we have to make sure that we're prepared for now, and this is reflected in this particular proposed change. It does, again, provide exceptions when there is an instructional component that has been identified that is consistent with what also the state legislature intended, which is a bell-to-bell ban. There aren't exceptions for breaks. It is a bell-to-bell. And so that's going to be also a change that I think, as we talk about how our staff and others, we're going to have to monitor our use, because we need to model that for our students if we have that expectation. And so, again, not to police what adults do, but we also have to model those expectations. And this particular Rule 16 addresses all of those components. And again, within state law, there are exceptions for medical necessities, students with 504, students with IEPs, and the device boxes that Ms. King has identified will help us to meet those nuances that are included, so that students that need to have access to those will be able to do so that we're in compliance on both ends.
Now, what we can tell you, as we've been going around meeting with our stakeholders, this is one of those big buckets that's gained a lot of attention, a lot of questions, and a lot of feedback, pros and cons. So we're also working with, and we're happy they're part of our team, our communications department. Ms. McGuire alluded to the team that we have. They meet with us also, and it's going to be about the messaging. We have to get the message out. The board has already approved the new policy regarding cell phones, but messages is important, and I commend Stacy and Sheila. They're working with us. Thank you to them. They're going to make sure we get the message out. We're even thinking about doing some videos and some other creative things to make sure we are attracting our audience, so they will be aware that this is happening. So we are working on our communication plan.
Okay. With our discipline matrix, a couple of things that you'll see, again, a comparison of what's current and what's proposed. We know with vaping, but that encompasses all electronic smoking devices. We know that we transitioned to a hard and fast for middle and high 10 days, okay? But one of the things as mental health professionals, we know that vaping, smoking, all of those things, those are really mental health concerns. They're typically used to cope with some other concern, some other issue. And so what we're looking at is how do we balance both the consequence, but also providing the education so that we can change the behavior and address the underlying cause. One of the things that, again, because this is a collaborative effort, one of our behavior specialists was able to identify a grant that allowed for us to train 8 persons in the Not on Tobacco program, which provides that education, helps us to take students through a series of modules. While we cannot mandate it, it is something that we can offer. So we're having our wellness center staff trained in those components. We have some of our social workers who are also being trained so that they can then work with groups of students to address those underlying causes, help educate them on the impacts and effects of vaping and other smoking devices that they may be using. But then also we recognize the need to have as well some consequences in certain instances. So you will see a change moving from that hard and fast 10 days to where we are proposing that
Graduated.
we have a graduated scale there, but then we also, it's inclusive of that educational piece.
And I guess you wonder why we put electronic smoking devices there with violence against teachers, because that's what we got a lot of feedback. Stakeholders were asking us, particularly our internal stakeholders, hey, how is it in a code of conduct? It's an automatic 10 days for vaping, but it's only 5 days when you have violence against teachers. We heard them loud and clear. So that's why we're proposing the change, the graduated disciplinary consequence for vaping, but when it's violence against teachers, we're gonna start out the gate with 10 days. I mean, we have to assure our staff that we're here to protect you, that we heard you, and that we're willing to make some modifications, yes, and yes, and yes. Yes.
Testing. May I ask just a quick question? When you say violence against teachers, are you saying violence against all employees? or-
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes. Great for asking that question.
Yeah, and I was just going to say it's read that way because that's how it's referenced in our student code of conduct. But yes,
But it's inclusive of all
but
staff.
we do need to. That's something to consider.
To be updated and just
Yeah.
say-
I'm gonna ask Attorney Dennis, there's no legal implication for changing that verbiage, is there? To change it to violence against staff?
No,
Okay.
there's a special, the teachers have that special protection about
Right.
removing a child from their classroom.
Right.
But that legislation doesn't have overlap with this.
Okay, perfect.
provision.
So we can
We
change it or
can.
no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We had to ask the question because there's some verbiage in the code of conduct that we can't get around. So Attorney Dennison said to us that we can, so we can certainly annotate that we're changing and just put violence against staff or something, so everyone would know it's all inclusive.
Yeah, ultimately, this is really driven by our matrix in
Yes.
terms of the discipline. So the act itself is clearly something that's prohibited, and there's no, this is how we're applying it in our matrix for this scenario is what's driving as opposed to tracking with a piece of legislation or anything. So we can do this.
Last question for me at this moment, I'm sorry. Violence, does that include verbal and physical?
Well, we're looking at physical, but I am certain, because that may fall under something else, it could be fall under incivility or something else. But right now, we're talking about that physical violence.
So that's a good question and a good opportunity to pause so that we can engage in some conversations. Know that there are many more questions. I will just say before we turn it over to Board President for questions, what you saw, again, was just the first step in our policy review process. Many of the revisions that you saw, obviously, in the policy or the regulation were simply done to ensure alignment with our current attendance policy revision. You saw that language as well as our electronic device policy. So those are really key changes based on those triggers. And then, of course, while the board's feedback is helpful for us in terms of the student code of conduct, we know that your feedback primarily lives within that policy and regulation review, but I definitely want to just highlight those two things and acknowledge that there is still more work to be done. In fact, there's been a survey that just recently closed where we've got some data from our parents, and so we'll take that feedback as well to help inform some of the this last stretch of our policy review work. So with that in mind, Mr. Moss.
Thank you. Ms. Hall.
Okay, I'm starting the round. We just had a tragic incident recently that ended with a teacher needing to be terminated, but it began with student violence. But in this case, it was a child with an IEP. How do we deal with that so that evidently the consequences may not be able to be the same. So what is the accommodation for that? Because our teachers need protection from all students, but how do we deal with those
as
with
you
the E
know,
IEP?
All students with IEPs, they have to go through the MDR process. So there will be a special meeting. I'm gonna let Attorney Dennison talk about it.
Can you tell us what
MDR.
is?
Manifestation Determination Review.
Thank you.
Where we look, I'm glad, MDR, Manifestation Determination Review, where we look at their IEP and we see what their disability is, and then the team makes a decision whether it is or is not a manifestation of the behavior, and then consequences are applied. So there is no way around that legally. We must have that MDR to determine consequences from there. And I'll pause because I see Attorney Dennison
But
jump out
Quintina,
of seat.
that's no help for the teacher who's hurt.
Ma'am,
That's no help for the teacher who's hurt.
you say no help, you mean in terms of,
I'm saying,
in terms of consequences?
I'm saying, no, in terms of us protecting our
Right.
teachers.
There is. I mean, but again, we have to go because they have that IEP or that 504. We have
So-
to go through that
So
process.
my thought is, okay, what can we do that we're not doing that makes the chance of that happening, of
Less
a
likely.
child with an IEP becoming violent towards a teacher? Have we done everything we can do to minimize the chances of that happening? Like a person who's assigned to that child? Have we really, thought hard about what to do?
So, this is a large canvas of things that can be done and should be done. I think when we think of this in the context of discipline, then we can focus on this manifestation determination review process and say, well, we want to discipline the child, which will now result in more than 10 days out of school net for the year, whether it's a long-term suspension or expulsion. And we want to do that, and in order to do that, we have to have this hearing very quickly with a group of faculty members and the parents, where we look at what happened and we say, was this a manifestation of the disability, whatever that means? They're supposed to be ad hoc brain scientists or whatever, but that's the law we've been given. They have to sit in the room and they have to all agree it was not a manifestation of the disability. And people will say, well, it's impulsivity. Well, good luck trying to determine if someone's impulsive, whether they did it or not because they're impulsive. But that's the way the law is constructed. And then it is that you had to do everything in the IEP, including usually a behavioral intervention plan. And this is the proactive stuff you're talking about, Ms. Hall, where you really, this is this BIP, as they call it. And then they do a functional behavioral assessment or a FRED. They've got FREDs and FUBAs and BIPs, all these things. But all the FREDs and FUBAs and BIPs that you're supposed to do are supposed to get to the focus of, how can we engage the student in a way so this is not supposed to happen? And it's a learning process. You can say, let's do this now. You may say that's not working anymore. You may dial it up. You may dial it down. You may put the child in a more restrictive environment, less restrictive environment, all these different things. But you're basically trying to come up with a plan where you identify the behavior and you implement it. Now, when you do this and then you identify the behavior, then it makes it look like that's the behavior that's the disability. The whole process pushes towards the behavior you're trying to stop, that's the discipline being the focus of what you're trying to do, which makes it look like what the disability is doing by the design of this thing we've been given to deal with. And everyone's got to sit there and be unanimous, other than the parent, that it was a manifestation of disability and it wasn't the result of us not following the IEP. We can't really control what happens in these scenarios. You put these people in the room, they hear everything, there could be an advocate in the room pushing hard, they could sway somebody, and if one of our people say, yep, I think it's a manifestation of either of these two things, then we're limited in terms of what we can do discipline-wise that way. Now, we also, and I know this is going on forever because it's a lot, there's something you can do. You can do up to 45 days, and you can continue 45 days out for a temporary placement of the child based on if the child had brought a weapon or drugs or did something that resulted in serious bodily injury. Now, serious bodily injury typically means very serious, like a concussion or a back injury or something, not just scratched or popped or whatever. So when we talk about protecting teachers, when the violence gets to the point of serious bodily harm, we also have this 45-day thing, and we can continue that on outside of the 10-day removal. But all of this stuff is the after-the-fact stuff. And and applying these laws is where people get frustrated, and they feel like, hey, there's no help for us, and it's not fair, and it's arbitrary, and it's different, and this team did a different thing than this team, and we really can't ultimately control that. And if somebody doesn't like what the MDR team did, they can go bring their lawyer and challenge us, and we've got to go immediately get into a due process hearing and defend that action there in litigation. So there's all these protections there. But the big picture is, what do we do, like you're talking about, what do we do on the ground to provide the support? I mean, you mentioned earlier the idea of having more people in classrooms, paraprofessionals helping, these different things. You know, we have BCBAs,
What
you
is
know,
that,
those,
Dennis?
so,
What is BC?
yeah. We basically have specialists in behavioral science that are supposed to be able to intervene and provide better assistance. We have the RBTs.
Registered behavior technician.
Yeah, so all these letters.
A lot of
but-
alphabets.
But when we hire RBTs and BCBAs, we are putting people into the ecosystem that are supposed to be able to assist with these scenarios and provide expertise and specialization, you know, in this area for the teachers as they implement plans and they come up with strategies that work for students. So when you see those people being brought in, that's what their mission is. And so as we do a better job with IEPs, as we do a better job tracking data, as we do a better job of implementing these BIPs, these behavioral intervention plans, as we have more team members that assist, all of that is that front end, you know, proactive stuff that we're doing to try to help with these scenarios. But it's expensive to have, you know, more people like that. I mean, maybe Derek can speak to, you know, what we're looking to do in terms of expanding. I know that Selena is not here, but Ms. Ruth Gillens, you know, she has plans for what we can do on the special education side to make things more robust, to think about, you know, how we are, you know, she's learned a lot in her role over the past few years of things we can do. But it's one of those things, there's really no limit. Talk about resource allocation. We could keep putting more and more resources into this. We can also put more and more resources into, I guess, our portfolio of placements and the options we have for students to be in more restrictive environments on a continuum, as opposed to sort of all or nothing restrictive placements.
Okay, and
All of
I
those things
talked
take a lot
about
of
that
money. So anyway,
little
that's a lot of
yesterday,
things.
but I don't want to prolong this, but I'm thinking, are we set up for a nice juicy lawsuit from a teacher? Or if the student attacks another student, are we set it up for a nice fat lawsuit that we will probably lose? Or are we tight? You know, we're talking about being loose and tight. Are we tightening our strategies so that the likelihood of this kind of thing happen is rare?
Well, the wild irony is the more we tighten things, the more we potentially expose ourselves to liability because of that ministerial duty impact. So we just saw that bullying case where you have a very prescriptive law and then a policy that says you must do your bullying investigation just this way, and if you can't show you did it, and now we got to do these things in 5 days somehow, some way, you wonder how you're going to have people to do that piece. And if you don't do it and then somebody says, well, I got bullied and hurt because you didn't do your investigation fast enough to follow this, now the plaintiff's bar is saying there's an angle for entry. So sometimes the things that you do to address the problems are the sources, ironically, of the exposure when it comes to litigation. But I think that, you know, a lot of these things that we're doing, the IDA is not designed to be big, juicy lawsuits in terms of damages for lawyers. They can be very expensive litigation. It can result in expensive litigation to manage the rights of the students, what compensatory education is there, what placement is right. You might end up having to pay attorney's fees. But when we talk about, you know, damages for injuries, that's not really what the IDA is supposed to be about. So it's more about the exposure you have of proving that you were following the rules or that you were doing the right thing when it comes to IDA legal exposure. But the ways lawyers can get to money and create lawsuits are unlimited. But we are fortunate to have sovereign immunity in terms of the things that we do where there's some discretion, there's some judgment done that is where it's difficult to sue, but it doesn't mean those aren't important things, and we don't need to be doing everything we can do in those zones to protect our students and teachers and do the right thing. But when we are in that zone, the exposure for damages and the inability to get out on a motion is, you know, that there, you can write some good briefs in those situations to face the liability, but there still can be serious claims, and I think we're facing some claims that are arising out of those scenarios. But we have strong legal arguments right now in Georgia to defend those sorts of claims, to say you didn't do enough to protect the teacher in that situation, or to protect a student. There are good legal arguments, but it does not mean that it's not incredibly important to be doing whatever we can to keep our teachers and students safe.
And I'll offer this one final piece before we transition in the spirit of the language tight and loose. Your question was around, and I'll just say this, in terms of tight expectations, that is part of the work that happens in that proactive and preventive approach. When we talk about teacher training and making sure that our general ed and our special education teachers are trained and they have the right resources so that they can follow consistently those procedural guidelines in those scenarios. So I think that's important to note as it relates to the work that happens in our proactive and preventive approach.
Ms. Campbell?
David wants to go next. Okay, so this is, everyone knows this is one of my hills to die on, this discipline stuff. So I really appreciate the presentation and y'all digging so deep into it. I know the community has really, really been asking for some help and understanding in this arena. And so this is good. This is a good faith effort here to do what we can to fix, particularly what I see as like, you know, maybe a more violent atmosphere that's been kind of publicized. And maybe it looks a little worse publicly than it is privately, but you know, this is something we need to deal with. And so I wanted to start by talking about, I guess it was the second or third slide, with the numbers. And when we talk about slide 1, our strategic priority to provide, let's see, our key performance indicator is to decrease student behavior referrals and incidents as measured by the weighted suspension rate. So one issue I have just with the KPI in general, for discussion here, is that it seems like a logical error that we would be trying to reduce behavioral referrals, right? Because it seems to me like we're encouraging under-reporting or maybe a weakening of enforcement. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay, so I guess what I have heard from teachers, like overwhelmingly more than anything else, more than any topic anyone reaches out to me from, even outside of my district, is that they feel disenfranchised when it comes to how to discipline students in their class. Like they are told to control the classroom and to educate, but they feel like there's either too much paperwork, there's an escalation process that's bulky, and it means you need 4 or 5 infractions before it reaches admin. So they don't want to do it. They'd rather just keep class on track, and those who still want to learn can hopefully understand throughout the chaos. And they feel like the CCRPI data alone that we reference as the weights for these things are disenfranchising them. Like, there's nothing we can do about that. That's the state. They decide that it's going to affect our CCRPI numbers if we include discipline data, right? But the rub is that we have to be serious. When we say we mean something, we have to mean it. And so what I foresee logically is that in order to demonstrate that we mean what we say, you might see an increase, right? In order to achieve the decrease. It's like, you know, you have to be willing to endure like the honest numbers before you earn the ones that you want. So I guess, you know, I have more thoughts on this after some more people talk, but I think what really, I mean, it's not something that you can necessarily measure with a perfect number metric, but what we really want are safe, orderly schools, right? Where education can occur. Okay. So it's like, to me, if we're saying we want to decrease the numbers, by the end, we may not have them decrease after 1 year, because as I see it, it's gotten actually worse as time has gone on. I mean, I have some data, y'all know me and these numbers, but I mean, when you look at the GOSA discipline dashboard, the Georgia Officer Student Achievement, okay. Okay, so 22, we had 7.4% of disciplinary data was OSS, so they got out of school suspension. It remains about 7.4 to 8.5 from 2022 until now. But the percentage of that was classified as harm to person out of all the discipline data was 78%, 74%, and then 78% and 78%. That is a large number that is harm to person, which I would interpret, and someone tell me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm interpreting it wrong, as violence. So to me, that sounds like a volume problem. It doesn't sound like it's only directed at staff, because then almost 80% wouldn't be happening, right? I mean, that sounds like they're, hurting their peers as well, overwhelmingly their peers. So I would love to see a little bit more of a focus too on, I understand why we did teacher data. I think that is absolutely important. I mean, teachers are begging us to help with this. But I think that the sheer volume of harm to person, as GOSA identifies it, demonstrates that this is just a violence problem in general. And so maybe we need to at least publicly somehow tell teachers, hey, we got your back. If you have more numbers this year, that's okay. Like, we support that, because we want to see a decrease, and maybe this is like a 3-year plan, where hopefully in 3 years we see a decrease, right? But we're okay with you meaning what you say, because we are so far behind on this that we have to show families and students that, we can enforce this and we mean it, no matter what. And I'll leave it at that for now. I'll let some other people share, and then I have some things I wanted to say that I would like to see in the plan. So, thank you.
Dr. Brinkman?
Thank you. I definitely agree on I don't think we even need a KPI. I don't think we need one here. I think it fits to our strategic plan 1.6 with the amendment that Grabowski made yesterday, foster safe, supportive, healthy, and joyful learning environments. Boom. And this is just Brinkman, but I think I'm following Campbell. If that number goes up, I think we're meeting 1.6. We're fostering safety by holding consistency and accountability. So I don't need a KPI for discipline if we're trying to foster safe environments. I just want, and I think in the presentation, you talk a ton about consistency and accountability. Like, we will hold all schools and students to the same requirements for discipline. I don't know about fellow board members, but I'm tired of getting the stories about how if their kid would have been in a different school, they would have been handled differently. And I know stories in my own district where I'm like, that kid should have, by our plan, should have gotten this, but because so-and-so knew so-and-so and the RSO knew something that was going on, somebody said one more little thing in some meeting, and they didn't get the discipline that they should have gotten based on our policy. And that's, to me, favoritism. And that's not utilizing the policy, and we are policy, and we held, as Ms. Hall said, we held somebody to a policy Friday because it's policy. Just removing that subjectivity in how we do it, but then on the trying to help them the next time, that's when I think we kind of get into the discussion on how do we restore their behaviors and things like that. And this is just me, it's hard. This is like such an impossible back and forth teeter-totter. So a lot of it still, to me, comes down to trying to get the parent to understand that there is a problem so that they will do something, or somebody outside of the school will do something and hold that child accountable. This is just Brinkman, and I know even on the budget, we all have certain people running in all different directions, so I know that if you talk to all 8 of us, we'd probably have Butler and the whole team running in different directions, so don't think you have to run in this direction, but like in this presentation, we're talking about OSS and removing kids from school for 5 and 7 and 10 days, and the slide above it was like, but we don't want them to be truant. but like one infraction and they're pretty much truant because they're out of school. And we know when they're out of school, they aren't doing school. So I don't know how to navigate that, because fundamentally, I know they need to be removed from the environment somehow, or something needs to change, but crud, if I'm a kid that don't want to go to school, I'm just coming and vaping and getting and doing it right in front. Give me my 5 days, because I want to be off next week. And I come back, give me another, I get 7 now, and I'm never in school. So I don't know how that helps educate. And I don't have an answer. That's what sucks. I literally hate bringing up stuff and not having that answer. Like, I know we can't force parents, okay? We can't force parents to do anything, and I was floating this to a lawyer, and he might think I'm silly or not, but he was giving me, I thought, sound wisdom. Can we, in our plan, and this is just Brinkman, instead of your kid getting this many days of something, you come and sit with them for this many days? I don't know. I don't know if we want that in school, because then teachers and staff have to deal with that parent, who knows what, showing up in lingerie. And missing work. So the problem is they go home and nobody's there anyhow, and then we have the incident we're dealing with right now on our cell phones, where they're not doing anything but staying out of school. So I don't have an answer for there, but I would love a discussion, and smarter people outside of a board member might be able to, and we don't have to dig into it, but I don't know what that is and what other districts might be doing, or how we continue to educate outside of OSS. Because I know we get as many dinged points, and I could care less about the Georgia dinged points like Campbell does. Like, we're creating a safe environment, we're protecting our staff if our score goes up, but I don't know what that means to the state and funding. It all kind of is unfortunately too woven together. So I think it's a bigger conversation that we could have a whole day on, just thoughts on OSS probably. But my other thing, totally outside of this, and y'all know how I feel about the absentee thing just from my own home. Like, my wife, her report card was, if we didn't use all 10 days, then we had failed because we didn't have enough fun during the school year. So I got my truant letter the other day, and had to sign it. So good job on the district actually mailing those out and them getting, and the information being there, and got my 10 days. But there must be some problem in the system, or maybe it's just at my child's school where we had submitted remote learning and got it approved, but that's not, it's both on Power School, because you go through Power School, and I already wrote back, and I'm not worried. He's doing well in the classes, and I know that there's subjectivity there, so I'm not worried about that. But there might be a disconnect either at the school level or in the Power School. So that's a completely side. You don't have to answer that one, but just knowledge. No.
Yep, we'll look at this.
I mean, I was happy to get the note.
If I can just address the thing about the measurement, the KPI, I have a tolerance for perhaps the number going up. And I think we've seen that this year as we have kind of reset. But I don't necessarily know that I agree with not measuring it. We have to have some measure, but we have to be very careful about how we use that number to make a perception or a judgment about a school or a teacher.
Correct.
And if the number is justified, then it is what it is. But
Yes.
I don't know that I'm willing to not look at it, because then you have blind spots to issues that may actually be adult-oriented. And that's kind of where I want to transition next. I think that it is very clear, at least for me, when situations are egregious, we are dealing with the discipline appropriate. But there is always gray and interpretation. A squabble in the bathroom between two kids could be deemed by some a violent fight, and could be deemed by somebody else something else. I would submit to everyone that kids have been squabbling in the bathroom since Little House on the Prairie. Like, these are not new issues. This is what kids do. But the interpretation of that and how we apply discipline to that is where it gets very gray and muddy. Also, what proactive actions have been taken, because sometimes the student behavior is the student behavior because the adult behavior, to intervene, to do what the adult was supposed to do to prevent that fight. I just don't believe fights spontaneously happen. There's often conversations. You can tell by the way kids move in the hall. All these things are happening, and if adults don't step in prior to the incident, there will be an incident, and there'll be a bad incident. So for me, discipline is a adult issue and a student issue and a parent issue, and we have to hold all three entities accountable. I'll also say that we are looking at our building bridges and our alternative education sites to look at how we might allow those sites to be short-term discipline sites. In other words, you don't have to be, have a long-term suspension. If you have 10 days, you could go to a site, have supervision, have a structured environment, but you are not in the regular education environment during that time. And, say what? And you can also count it present for the student so that it doesn't impact the attendance rate. So those are all some of the things that we are looking at. Just wanted to raise those pieces.
Dr. Howard Hall?
That's good you said that, because I was going there with my first comment is, when these students with IEPs and 504s become adults, the manifestation is incarceration when it's harm to person. Also, in elementary schools and middle schools and high schools, assault and battery, when they become adults, that's incarceration. So there needs to be some type of consequence. So Dr. Watts pretty much alluded into what I was going to suggest. Assault and battery, you don't need to go home for 10 days. You need to be at the alternative school, and that consequence needs to be there. So we definitely need to take a look at the policy for that. So I would like for one of y'all to just walk us through the process of alternative schools referrals, because a couple of years ago, a principal and I had a conversation, and it was discovered that students learned, oh, well, I can just go off campus and fight, because if I go off campus, suspension is like, maybe 3 days or whatever for skipping. So what is the process of being referred to alternative schools? Because more students need to be there.
It depends on the infraction, and it depends on the administrator.
For assault and battery.
But assault and battery, if it's a principal's discretion, if they say it's assault and battery, first of all, it's a code of conduct that's going to guide that. If the code of conduct says the maximum penalty is expulsion, principals can request that, and then they go to a hearing, and that's another process. Then the hearing officer has to agree or not agree. So sometimes principals make a recommendation, and it's overturned by a hearing officer. That does happen. They have a right to appeal, and if they do, that comes before you all. We've had those cases come before you before. So it just depends on the infraction, it depends on the administrator, and then they make that referral to either long-term suspension, which is within the current semester, or expulsion, which is beyond the current semester in 2 semesters. But again, the infraction administrator going through the process of a hearing. Some parents, when their child is recommended for long-term suspension or expulsion, sign a waiver, says, I know he or she did it, let's go to the alternative school. Some parents want to challenge it, and they have an absolute right, then it goes to a hearing. Then it's up to the hearing officer to make that decision whether they'll support the principal's recommendation or not.
And included in that piece, when the hearing officer is reviewing that, they're looking at the entirety. What is the student also presenting about some of the things that may have precipitated this particular event, that, may not have been considered, that may have influenced what ultimately happened. Even before you get to the paperwork piece, we talked about our students with disabilities, and there does have to be a review, that MDR, that manifestation determination of whether or not this was a manifestation of, that behavior. So sometimes even before you get to that hearing piece, there are components that have to take place by law. And if you don't cover those pieces, then it prevents you from moving forward, with that expulsion.
They, 5 years ago, they added self-defense. So on our ruling sheet, you have to consider self-defense. So these assault and these sorts of scenarios, require a express separate finding about whether it could have been self-defense or not before you can do something. But to your point, there's a big issue of like how we use our alternative schools and how you get there and whether you have to get there because it is a discipline matter that has to go through a disciplinary hearing or there's some other way to have someone in that environment. There's some shaky legal ground on what you can do with people with different views and depending on what the Office of Civil Rights might have to say about it or not say about it. So these larger views about how you use your alternative education. And we do know people that have actually chosen to go to these schools outside of the discipline. Then, of course, Dr. Moore-Fields would say if it's a designated felony, then we have another path. But what you're talking about, Dr. Howard Hall, may not necessarily raise to that level. Sometimes it could, depending on the totality of the circumstances and the facts. So all of these are just complicated issues. But the big picture, how we use our alternative programs, we may not be as tied to things, or it sounds like a classic lawyer answer, but it's an area of uncertainty where some districts have been more creative in terms of how they are pushing people towards using alternative placements and scenarios outside of necessarily having to have that hearing process. So it's out there.
We've gone through several, I remember Riley. Remember Riley?
Yeah. I
Then we
worked
had Fresh Start, which was amazing.
Yeah, it was.
Amazing. Students didn't want to leave
Right.
the program. Then it became Wings. But my point, I'm going to say one more thing. Without videos and cell phone cameras, I wonder how many things would be swept under the rug. A lot of these fights are being recorded, and now we have the evidence. You just wonder, based on site-based, what is being hidden under the rug? There's no telling what's going on within a lot of these schools. I hear about it.
So I just want to emphasize and remind us of the Student Code of Conduct and what is outlined for school administrators, specifically as it relates to battery and all other infractions. Keep in mind that the disciplinary infractions have a level, which is what you saw here presented earlier with a defined, with details around how we define that level of the infraction and the range of consequences that can be assigned by grade level. And so going back to your question specifically as it relates to that process, so the school administrator recommends a long-term suspension or recommends an expulsion that has to be reviewed and approved. And those parents have a right to, if it is approved, to accept the placement and or to request a hearing. And in some cases, that does not happen. So I wanted to be very clear in terms of what that process looks like, because the school administrator recommends the long-term suspension and expulsion, and it is then reviewed and approved by principal supervisors and our special education staff, particularly for those students who receive services. So wanted to be very clear about that and how that's already currently outlined in the Student Code of Conduct for students and families.
Mr. Kaczmar?
More fundamentally, I think the board has to first decide who has control, right? So I remember when the board got upset when our suspension and referral numbers were so high, and we told superintendent and senior leadership at the time, those numbers need to come down. So the senior people at that point went to the principals and said, no more referrals. And the principal said to the teachers, I'm not referring them, handle it. And so where we are now is the pendulum has gone to teachers feeling like they can't handle any discipline issues. So everything we do at this level has a cause and effect, and the pendulum moves. That's the first thing. The second thing is, does the board want to say, if you do X, here's the consequence, period? Or do we want to give discretion to the superintendent, chief academic officer, and that team and the principals in the schools who are closest to the kids. So who gets to make that ultimate decision? And I think back to a matter we had in a discipline matter where like a fourth grader who had been on a Boy Scout camping trip with his grandfather had like a pocket knife in his backpack that the grandfather left. Kid didn't even know. Versus a kid who brings a Bowie knife to school and says, I'm gonna stab 5 people with it. If the board sets a rule that says you bring a knife to school, you're expelled, both kids are getting expelled. Is that the result we want? Or should we allow the superintendent or the principal or somebody along the chain there to make a discretionary decision? So I think we have to first decide who has control, and are there some things we want the board to control no matter what, and other things we want to give discretion to the educators to control. I can make the argument either way, you know. But we, as a board, we're diving into what if it's an IEP and it's a Tuesday and they hit somebody in the head, but they didn't have lunch that day. You know, we shouldn't be in those weeds. We should be saying, here's who we want to have control, but there's some things that are non-negotiable. You punch somebody, maybe the board says that's non-negotiable. Physical violence is at the highest level, non-negotiable, here's what happens. After that, it's more nuanced. We want to defer to the administrators to make those decisions. Bring a weapon to school with some intent and there isn't a good explanation, you're gone. I don't know, you know, but we need to decide that first. And then from there, leave it. In my mind, I know how I feel about school safety with 3 kids who went through our school system who've experienced some of these things. I still want to trust the teacher, the principal, and the guidance counselor in that school who know my kid in that environment and the other kids better than I do. And then trust them to be professional educators and go up the line, even if I might disagree with the decision they make. So we just need to decide, what do we want to be non-negotiable? We're going to control the outcome versus what we're going to let superintendent and staff do.
Ms. Grabowski?
So I'm happy to follow what you just said, Sean, because I agree that we need to, so if we have, for someone to be a principal of a school, that person should be empowered, or we should trust that person to understand their students and situations. And if we don't, they shouldn't be the principal. I mean, it seems to me that there's some level of emotional intelligence that should be required to be in that position. And one of the notes that I made was, I would like to better understand who the hearing officers are and under what circumstances we are overturning recommendations of principals, because if the principals and the teacher, because I know of an instance where the principals and the teacher thought one course of action was the way to go, and they were overruled. And I don't, how does that happen? Because I think if there's something that is, like violence, I think is like, should be, a violent act is like clear. Like we should have no tolerance for that. But when, and I know that there's a whole special ed thing. Like I'm gonna put that aside for a second because that has all the laws around it. But, you know, we have Handle with Care, right? Yes. Which is a tremendous program. So if you've got a good kid, gets good grades, most of the time is doing great things, something happens, like they have a bad day, like that should, to me, if there's something that has happened, that should be, like, we need to have compassion while we also have structure. So it's not always a black and white. So I would be on the side of putting more trust in our local teachers and administrators. I think that if we're looking at KPIs, I have no idea how you measure this, but something like, do teachers and administrators feel empowered to act upon what they need to do to maintain discipline in their class? I do agree with both Ms. Campbell and Dr. Bringman about, you know, if they need to do something else, or if they need to implement more disciplinary infractions in order to maintain and gain the respect, I mean, because really, at the end of the day, it comes down to students respecting their teachers, right? So I think that Mr. Smith was onto something when he talked about the verbal component, because that's where the disrespect starts. So if we see this, and we talk about the students that come to us for appeals, we see these, you know, infraction after infraction after infraction. It's like, how in the world did they get to this point before we did so we got to figure out how we intervene earlier. If we have students in elementary school who are not IEP, who are committing serious infractions, like, that's a huge red flag. If that early of an age, there's something happening. Sorry, I'm going all over the place, I know. But I would be curious, and the last comment I'll make is, I agree also with Dr. Bringman, like, I'd rather them go to in-school suspension versus out of school. Like, to me, that's a worse penalty. If you're ISS versus OSS, because you're sitting in a classroom, we talked about teacher jail, we need student jail, we can't probably even use that expression. But I agree, like, you get to stay home for a week, and if your parents are not engaged or your parents are part of the problem, how is that a penalty? So.
To answer the first part of your question, the hearing officers are retired educators.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Since I'm one of the ones who is advocating for Dr. Watts to dismiss us at 3 o'clock, I'm going to try not to lead us down a long lane. But I do want to say I agree, and it's, from being a former principal, I agree that as much as possible, we should empower our principals. But I also am not going to forget that this whole retreat is around consistency. And once you do that, if my temperament is very different from Mr. Smith's and his is very different from Mr. Cashmore's, the same infraction that happens at Savannah High with me, but happens at Islands with Mr. Cashmore or at Beach with Mr. Smith, could result in totally different outcomes. I know myself, I'm more towards restorative. I know that. But unless the disrespect, that's a whole different thing. See, but anyway, so the inconsistency, how do we implement consistency if we give 55 different principals the power to do this? But the point I want to make, we were talking about alternative schools. I can't wait for Mercer's building to be complete so that our Building Bridges programs moves into that arena, so hopefully we will have a better view of it. I got a picture anonymously of a teacher sitting there eating her cereal while the kids are walking around the room. No instruction is going on at our Building Bridges middle school. I don't hear anything about the high school, but the middle school. And if we're saying that you don't get credit anymore for not attending classes and that kind of thing, or these kids are over there, they're not doing anything. They're doing nothing. And they feel that they can do that. The teachers feel, the people over there feel they can do that because they're invisible to us. And I've mentioned this to Dr. Watts. She's aware of it, and it's a very hard problem. But we're sending these kids into a void, guys. They're out of the school, so they're out of our hair at the school, but they're not doing anything. And they said, well, that's all you need to come over. No, if I come over, everybody's going to be learning everything while I'm there. So that doesn't help for me to go over there. But I do want to keep that, Mr. Butler, in mind that some kind of way we're smart enough, we can create an alternative school where instruction does occur and where rehabilitation does occur. We can do that, but right now, I don't know what it is we're lacking, but we don't have the oversight there to make that happen. Okay.
Okay, this will be really fast. I wanted to hear what other people were thinking before I went off on this little tear here. So one thing that I feel like, I know this is guidance, so implementation guidelines I started thinking about, like, how would we implement this based on all of the confusing thoughts that we have? Like, we don't know how we would fix it. We just don't like it like it is, right? That's so unhelpful. So I'm sure we all recognize that. I'll speak for myself. I recognize that this is a big task. But when Dr. Miller-Field spoke to incivility, and that word in my head from one of those last surveys, I can't remember which one it was, but it was the number one cited offense was incivility. And they even cited in the data that this was like the big winner in show, right? Like all of a sudden this year, what happened? Okay, and what I have seen from some of these little meetings we have with Dr. Miller-Field sometimes, where we're trying to figure out, as Ms. Grabowski spoke to, of, does this child, can they go into regular school again, is that you see all these incidents, but one thing that stands out to me is when you see something coded as, say, incivility, because it's broad, and I read through the whole code of conduct again in this past week, and it's throughout. Like, you'll see it as the citation that you code it for throughout, and that's fine. I get it. You have to. But incivility is not me punching my neighbor in the head. Right. And you'll see that, though. You'll see incivility, and then the teacher note may be, punched neighboring student in head. And you're like, whoa, what? Okay, that's violence. And so, right. And I mean, we all know that. But so this is where it's the rub for me, again, is like, I agree with Ms. Grabowski and others who have said that we should leave it up to the principals, but I also agree that there's so much when it comes to discretion that we're missing. And if we don't think that it's something where they need some uncomfortable growth in a different role or comfortable growth in a different role, and we're going to give them this responsibility, it's not working. Right now, it's not working. It's not uniform across the schools. You get different experiences, as everyone has already spoke to. So, what I would like, so one of my must-haves, and I'm listing here, is at least a predictable escalation, right, for repeat misconduct. Right. So incivility being a great example of that. Like, if a student's going to try to cuss out a teacher, to me, that's threatening, right? And threat is something on our list of things. And then it's, again, up to the discretion of the principal in this situation. But if a teacher keeps freely, not after 5 written problems in the classroom, but can come to the administrator and say, this kid keeps, swearing at me during class, okay, then next is this, right? But that we outline what that predictable escalation is. I think that would help, because then it's not like, it can't be casted as us being preferential here or non-preferential there. This is just what the board expects, sorry. One of the other things is, let's see, administrator calibration, right, and real oversight. Meaning, maybe you guys talked about in the PowerPoint disaggregation of data. And so I think because you're already willing and capable of doing that, where we, disaggregated according to school, administrator, student type, age, race, cohort, all of these things, why don't we go ahead and calibrate it based on the school too? Again, not to say let's cut this principal loose, but meaning they obviously need more support or need more guidance. Now we know when we hear things like, that's not fair because at one of the examples, Beach, right, they get this experience, but at West Chatham Middle, this is the experience. At least then you can say, okay, that makes sense, we see that, we're gonna address this head on. If we see it again, then this happens, right? So I think that would be good. And the last thing would be an inclusion of implementation guidelines in here. Like, I have reporting timelines. And we already do that pretty much, because that was some of the stuff cited in one of our last audit committees. So reporting timelines, the documentation expectations. So everyone from my district, hear me. They are tired of all the documentation, because a lot of it's on paper too, and it's not all the schools in my district, but some require at least 4 written, so they gotta keep this paper, and they gotta say, Dr. Watts today was nasty to me in class and disrespectful, and then tomorrow they gotta pull it out again if she gets nasty again, and they gotta write on it again. That's crazy before they can escalate it up the chain of command. We should have something in place. Mandatory, okay, so then when admin override is allowed, so when can you guys jump in and say, okay, no, enough is enough, maybe with a dashboard, some sort of data, and then central office review of outliers. So when you see it, you're like getting together. We don't need to know. It doesn't have to be public facing. I trust you guys to do it. And I trust principals, to be clear. But I think some principals are erring on the side of grace instead of, and I'm all for grace, okay, truly. But sometimes, even with my own children, grace is not what's required, deterrence is required. And I think that deterrence is gonna mean that we have to make a strong and serious effort at demonstrating we are uncompromising. Like, if it's you or you, you're gonna get the same punishment, and we're gonna do it every single time unflinchingly. And only with violence, and what is what I'm speaking to be clear. But make it clear, the numbers will increase, we will celebrate them. Great, at the board. We will not penalize them. You know, the CCRPI data may, but that's okay, we can live with that. And mean what we say. So that's what I had about that, and now I'm officially done, so thank you. Just on physical violence. Physical violence. But the smaller infractions, like incivility and stuff, I think we need some sort of escalation framework. Meaning, you don't just get incivility 27 times before you're in an alternative school.
But you're saying, here is the board rule, must be applied uniformly, no matter what physical violence.
Yes, and if they want to, you know, have a hearing and have us hear it, like this was something where it was more of an assault and battery or whatever, then we can do that. But if a lot of what I have seen is punching the neighbor, right? Or threats made. Okay, one thing that I had noticed, by the way, is in our code of conduct, while I read through it, I was thinking, man, I bet some of these things are so lax. I bet why this, you know, this is why this is happening. I was wrong, okay? It isn't lax. What I found was that, like, you know, we already have strong tools in our arsenal, but teachers and families and they're not getting to experience, you know, what it's like to actually be under that protective rule. They're not getting it because it's so inconsistently applied across the district that, like, what we have in place, sometimes we don't need to change it. We just need to enforce it. And I think we need to make that clear. So that's why I say the one rule. Like, for violence, it's just one thing every time. You want to go to the board about it, do it. We'll deal.
So thank you for that. I think this is a great opportunity to invite my colleague into the conversation, to bring up the rear of what you have already lifted up and acknowledged, which is the implementation, the application of consistency. What I will note before invite Dr. Barnes is what you referenced relative to the actual policy and regulation, which is the discipline reporting process, which is procedure number 2. I will make note of your feedback so that our team can review that particular part of the policy. I know that we have lived, our conversations have gotten into the weeds of some specific infractions around the Student Code of Conduct, but I appreciate the zoom up into the policy and the regulation language, and we'll take a look at that. Acknowledging that schools may have different processes, progressive discipline processes for level 1 infractions. And again, our Student Code of Conduct provides not necessarily the progressive discipline, but gives a window, a minimum and a maximum. But just want to make note of that as part of what we'll take back in our review. And
we will next year look to do more calibration activities. And I agree with you around this piece around, yes, our code of conduct has a window, but as a former principal, you know, if a student cussed the first time, they always got this. If they cussed the next time, they always got this. And I did that to calibrate across my school so that I didn't have the 6th grade assistant principal doing something different than the 8th grade assistant principal. But I think the same concept can apply to a district-wide approach. The window works, but the window also just leaves a lot of discretion and inconsistency.
So before you go on, we had 2 people that were, Okay, guys, okay. Mr. Smith had his hand up for a while. Okay, so these will be the last 3 questions. Then you guys, I'm trying to get you guys out by 4.
2.
Y'all. Mr. Smith.
I'll try to be very expeditious, but I do have a plethora of questions that I will
God.
try to that I will try to bring down, and you can answer these very short if needed. But realistically, do we have enough employees to man the schools for safety purposes? Recently, there was a video sent to me of a child being stomped in the school and in the classroom, and I heard no teachers running to alleviate this fight. I heard no workers running to get into it. So when we think about safety and conduct, my question is, realistically, do we have enough staff to make sure that we're there?
I mean, we always need additional, and we are looking at and working with human resources around how do we improve and enhance and recruit more educators, you know, into the space. So therein lies a rub.
But let me say this, more people does not always equal better supervision.
Correct.
True.
You can have a lot of
You
people
gotta train
standing
'em.
around
Correct.
and not doing, not being seen, looking, not actively supervising. You can just have people standing around. And that
So-
happens.
The training component,
Gotcha.
right? And then also making sure that you are not just hiring warm bodies, but that you are actually hiring people who are committed to the work.
Gotcha. Understood. Understood. When we think and when we lean in on the topic of training, I thought you said you were going to bring this up later on, but I might bring it up now. As far as buses, school buses, school bus drivers and employees. In Atlanta, Georgia, not long ago, there was a fight that took place that resulted in a death of a child. What type of precautions, what type of outlines do we have in place so that those students are protected, not only on the campus, but in the bus ride? Does bus drivers, are they not allowed to let students on their bus that's not going or living in a particular neighborhood? When I was coming up, if I was going to Sean's house after school, I can just get on Sean's bus. But is that the case now? How is that enforced, right? And then also, when we think about the code of conduct, how many parents do we really believe read the code of conduct? Right? So if we, realistically, and we take time to put that booklet together, but realistically, how many of them are reading it? So when we think about communications, are we doing videos?
That's one of the things that we talked about
in our
adding.
communications.
Okay.
And then also, like, because of the cell phone changes, also some, I don't want to say a parent workshop, but more so of a parent session, so that they can understand what's in there, and we lift up those pieces, in those sessions.
Very quickly, we were at the Teacher Senate last week, and we had some really great feedback from that body, and they said similar to the things that you just said about how do you ensure that your parent base is fully ingesting this massive document of the Student Code of Conduct. And one of the things that they raised up and some ideas that came from the team were communication-wise, we can extract any piece of the Code of Conduct and make it a campaign, if you will.
Right.
Whether it be the vaping issues that we have and take the pledge not to vape, how to treat others without saying the word incivility. I don't think that would resonate real well in the student line, but we got to find a way to reach them so they understand talking to others in a certain way matters. Now, we know that we can move the needle on that based on that type of approach that we took, which the communications team did some really award-winning work when we focused on attendance, and we did the Attendance Matters campaign. So we took that down as a note for next year as a priority for us to extract certain parts of the Code of Conduct to raise it up in a beneficial, positive way and get some movement that way through videos, testimonials, and other things we can do communication-wise.
My question is very, well, it was was. It is a quick question, but then Ms. Campbell and I were just having a sidebar, like, engage the students. Like, let the students make the videos about the code of conduct.
And we talked about that.
Do it, like,
When
we
met
had
with
that
students
great
and
audio file that we got about the 500-page demographic report that's actually cool to listen to, right? Like, we can do these things, and we have 20% of our parents who cannot read. So when we talk about, did they read the code of conduct? No, of course not. Like, we gotta, like, I'm glad we're talking about all this stuff. So anyways, my question was, on the KPIs, do we evaluate, or do the KPIs look at, to me, it's the number of students. It's not just that score, because when we have repeat offenders, like, those are the ones we're targeting. So maybe a KPI is, are we reducing the number of students who are experiencing these severe incidents?
Not a question, just when you all get back together and have some discussions, please be sure to discuss bullying and self-defense. Because if someone punches a child and the child is trying to defend themselves, so that may need to come up. And also, when you all were talking about getting the students involved, my son was always very big for his age. So I taught him at an early age, you don't pick on kids that smaller. So when he was at West Chatham, they actually had a group of boys in a club called the Gentle Giants. And that was a cute little club to have those boys, you know, working together and they used to have patrols. I don't know if they still do that. That's a whole nother issue, but just bullying and cyberbullying as well, and self-defense.
Thank you. So noted.
Concludes the presentation, generally speaking. I will invite my colleague, Dr. Barnes, to close with any comments. So we'll leave it to him to give us the benediction on this presentation.
No. It's a great conversation. And the two slides that were coming up, you all have already discussed that, okay? It is about consistency. It's 100% about consistency from all offices, principal, assistant principal, teacher. We understand that the code of conduct provides a structure, our discipline provides governance and guidance, but the expectations and the consistency and how we implement that is what's going to change what we're talking about today. The leadership actions of principals, assistant principals, how we develop our teachers will change those outcomes, and how we structure our culture. And so we have to make sure that we have a shared culture about what it means to believe in children. Discipline brings about a value statement and a value disposition. And so there was some conversation about what happens in one school may be a different response in another school, and that is grounded in values. And this is why we have to lean heavily on the structure of the student code of conduct and how we hold people accountable to enforcing that. We do recognize that autonomy, flexibility is important in some aspects of education. But in other aspects, such as safety and supervision, we have to be very cautious about what we're loose on. Once we make the assumption that we're going to be loose in certain scenarios, that is the very scenario that blows up in our face. No matter what community it is, what school it is, sometimes we can assume I would not have expected, but it always happens. The question came up, do we have enough staff? Supervision of schools is a layered approach. There's classroom management. There's a layer of supervision. There's supervision in high, dense areas, such as class changes, lunchroom, bus lots, morning arrival and dismissal. Supervision looks differently then. We have to always think about not just how we develop the people, but do we have adequate supervision based on the environment, the number of people in that environment, and the activity that's taking place. And that's what we work with our schools on. And so in the past year, we've had scenarios that Dr. Watts has afforded above allotments because our base allotment did not allow for that layered supervision in those places. And so we may have to think about staffing models in the upcoming future for schools that are wide, that have blind spots, have big open spaces, have big bathrooms, or bathrooms that are not in sight. And I know that, that's probably a sore spot, but we don't have the videos of bathroom fights anymore, right? I know it's a pain point, but it had to be applied pressure for even consequences. Earlier in the presentation, Mr. Butler laid out that we may not meet our goal in the weighted suspension rates, where most recently, applying the code of conduct as written is what's getting us to that point of not meeting that goal. So more principals are doing what we ask, more APs are doing what we ask. We recognize that teachers sometimes I'm not tolerating this in my class, get out. Well, that is not the culture that we want in our school district. And we have to be mindful of our narrative of how we say, well, if a teacher makes a recommendation, principal make a recommendation, we still are held accountable to ensuring that we have safe, orderly, joyous, and equitable classroom and school environments where people's values don't overshadow what our intended purpose for educating students. So just because you had a bad day, or because I'm the teacher, or because I'm the principal, if I say, then I have an iron fist and it goes. There's always checks and balances and due processes, and we got to make sure we don't violate them. So that takes us to our last slide, the implementation phase. The calibration has to take place in multiple ways across schools, across classrooms, and we have to do a lot of intentional work around this. We hire teachers, sometimes they don't know how to write a referral. We hire principals, sometimes they are functioning from another way of thinking, all right? Everybody needs a coach. We need this calibration process, and we have to calibrate across our offices and be in those conversations with the principals, assistant principals, and teachers to make sure that we are writing referrals based off objective data points, not value propositions. I felt like they did this, or they hit them so aggressively and knocked them to the moon. Okay, well, just tell them you hit the child, how many times you hit the child, and what the environment was, right? That helps us make better decisions. We all know that people put emotions in things, and we can't make decisions based off emotions. We have to make decisions objectively. We can really try to right-size this and miss the mark if we lead by emotions. Using data as our feedback loop of this is how we're making progress in reducing incidents as a result of having high expectations. It's the narrative behind it, not just, I don't want you to write referrals. Who are the offenders and what are those offenses? And so we can be more proactive around those things. Building in a clear appeals process. So this looks like when an assistant principal assigns a consequence, a parent has the right to review it, appeal to a principal to review to say, is this right? Principal then looks at it, matches it against our code of conduct to make sure that the applied discipline is fair, consistent with our code of conduct. And the same thing from principal to their principal supervisor. We have to create those processes so it's not this autocrat decision-making, and then we have other situations we have to deal with. And then lastly, it's the consistency of execution and holding people accountable for for executing on what we have established for the code of conduct. And then also, I think the last piece is from my office, the superintendent's office, is supporting those decisions when it gets tough and when it applies to someone that we've like, oh, just give them another chance. The rule is the rule. And that would be the biggest ask I can have as a chief of schools. If we're going to really want to get reins on this, let's deal with it in objective ways, less emotions, and provide that necessary support to say, the policy was this, go back to your principal, go back to the superintendent, whatever, we'll work it out. But we can't be emotionally driven and try to right-size this, and then we're gonna miss the whole mark. So, that's my final comments.
Love it.
Break.
Thank you all.
Thank you guys very much.
You are a great audience.
Okay, we have a 15,
Can we make it like 5?
we can make it 10. Okay, 10-minute break. What time is it now?
Thinking a little bit about what Campbell
What
was
time
saying.
is it now?
there
10:43.
a
It's
world in which
10:43.
we say,
I
cussing.
already set my watch 10 minutes
you
ahead.
know, get, instead of the window
We'll be back at
creates to
10:53.
So we are ready to move into our second student-facing topic for today. And that is the topic around grading, which is another one that we are inviting and encouraging your feedback on. There's been quite a bit of work this year over the last few months, getting a lot of stakeholder input, benchmarking against other districts, and even engaging a third party to help us really analyze what the current state is and how we might move to a desired state. This also falls under this umbrella of consistency, so that students are getting some of the same experiences and being evaluated in the same way school to school. So with that said, Mr. Butler gets the microphone again, and I will open it up to him to engage us in this conversation.
Yep, so again, thank you all, and Dr. Watts teed us up perfectly for this. And I'll share in just a moment, again, like to ground us in how our students are experiencing this. This is a real experience for our students and our families, and we've had this conversation on a few occasions. And not only was this an expectation from the superintendent, but we learned a lot as well from our audit that was presented a few months ago. I will want to acknowledge here the, again, policy review team that has been doing some amazing work for several months, and I have a few of our team members here today, and they will be co-presenting with me here shortly to talk about some of the specific parts of the policy review where your feedback is needed, but also to share a little bit about some of the process and the work that has taken place. So I want to acknowledge their work. Ms. Pottinger, who has served as sort of one of our coordinators and pulling together the cross-functional team. I want to acknowledge Ms. Samantha King, our Director of Instructional Technology. Our audit findings provided some insight around the use of Brightspace, which is not our official district's grading platform, but it is our learning management system. And so there is some insight that we gained from our audit as well as our third-party review that will be helpful, maybe not in the policy regulation revisions, but certainly in the implementation. And then want to acknowledge our Executive Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction, Ms. Andrea Burkett, who will be co-presenting here in just a moment some information regarding our kindergarten updates as reflected in some policy and other regulation revisions. So Jordan and Maya both enrolled in the same course in the same school during the same semester with different teachers. Jordan receives regular feedback, multiple grades, and has clear opportunities to demonstrate learning throughout the year. Maya, in her class, has fewer graded assignments, starting to sound familiar. Most of her grade is based on a small number of assessments. So she's not always sure where she stands, and her parents are not always sure where she stands until much later. So again, same subject, same school, same expectations, but two very different grading experiences. And as I shared with you, as it relates to our discipline, this is where the tension is and where our work has been. And I do want to name something that's important, and this has come up in our engagement with stakeholders, all of our stakeholders, quite frankly, and that is, this is not necessarily about removing teacher autonomy. Our teachers should have, and I would imagine we'll hear and have some conversations around this in just a moment, some flexibility and creativity in how they design instruction and experiences for their students. But since we introduced the term yesterday, this is about, in some ways, defining and determining what are those tight elements of grading, those non-negotiables to ensure consistency and clarity for students, while also preserving some of those loose elements. So I wanted to, again, provide some context for our work. I shared with you just a moment ago, we begin this as a result of expectations from our superintendent, but also as a result of the audit, which shared and showed that there were some variabilities across classrooms and schools. We've named, and just for your review, placed them here in the presentation. We won't go into detail as we want to kind of share with you what we've learned over the last few months as we've engaged more stakeholders. So this is not just about technical changes that needed to happen, but again, we've talked about and wanted to ground us in the student experience. So here's our opportunity, as I shared with you, to, as the superintendent indicated, we've had a chance, although the audit had teacher voice, administrative voice, this work has included parents, community, more of our students, and so we've got a cross-section of voices that you will see reflected, and we've named them here for you so you can see who said what and what that looks like in terms of how it's translated into proposed language for your consideration. This was not provided to you in your packet, but you have, and we'll make sure that you have this electronically as well. You should have two documents here. One is an infographic from our third party, just to give you a snapshot of the feedback and what we heard and who we talked to. And then the second document is a more comprehensive overview and report with some additional recommendations. But again, we'll make sure that you have that electronically as well. So what did we hear? And there were four major themes that emerged consistently across all of our stakeholder groups. Certainly, as I shared with you the story, these are real voices, real students, parents, teachers. A student shared 1-0, failed me. It didn't reflect what I learned. Parents shared, I don't know how my child is doing until it's too late. Teachers shared, just give us clear expectations and we can implement with fidelity. Right? And so parents cited this lack of clarity and delayed grade updates. Students reflected some inconsistencies, which we knew. And then what's a real thing here, and these are some of the themes that emerged, the supportive systems for teaching and learning. And so teachers cited workload. So we talk about having the time to grade and to put in the grades in the grade book. And that's one of the things that came up not only in our teacher senate, but with those teachers that were a part of our district's policy review team as well. I do want to pause here and forgot to mention that as part of our district's policy review team, we did have a cadre of our principals of the year from each grade band. So that was really helpful in thinking about what this looks like, both from a procedure, but also in terms of how we operationalize some changes in our grading approach. This is where variability was most visible for us. When we drilled deeper, we saw 4 key areas, and this is where we get more specifically to what you see in the actual regulation, and that is grade recovery, and we can talk a little bit more about what that means in terms of the inconsistency in recovery practices, the number of grades in the grade book, the timeliness of grade entry, and whether grades truly reflected what students knew. So some students had 2 grades in a quarter, others had 30, right? Some had access to retakes, and others did not. And so those are some of the things that we noticed. So let's get to what I think we're ready to get to the specific regulation area. And you'll note here in just a moment, again, we wanted to remind you of those stakeholders who raised this in their feedback. The zero language, we heard that from our students, our parents, and our teachers, grade recovery and mastery. And then the other piece, and I didn't mention this specifically, but standards aligned and weights of assignments. So I want to jump right in, and we can do this a couple different ways. I can walk you through each of the proposed policy regulation language shifts, and/or we can talk about one and have some conversations. So, but feel free to interrupt at any time if this is something that you want to talk about specifically. I'll start with the zero language. I'm not sure if this was the best place to start, but one of the areas of feedback, and perhaps one of the strongest areas of feedback, was around the impact of zeros. And I say Hanover, but again, this was synthesized from stakeholder voices, and that is students feel grades often don't reflect what they know, especially when a single score disproportionately impacts their average. And again, we've had this conversation on numerous occasions, and so this introduces a floor consideration while still maintaining professional judgment. Currently, our regulation does not include any language around zeros, and so I wanted to share with you a sample benchmark language that acknowledges the impact of zeros on this 100-point scale, but also gives, and again, in the spirit of tight and loose, gives some loose components for teachers and some discretion for them to make some decisions around what that looks like. Again, I'll remind you that currently the regulation does not include anything related to zero language. I'm happy to pause here and/or I can forge ahead.
I think we want to talk about zero. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking down here first. Okay. All right. Okay, good. All right. Ms. Hall.
Okay. My contention is that it's mathematically impossible to recover from a zero. because the zero has 5 times the weight of a D, C, B, or A. So that I could have 5 90s, a 80, and a 0, and that totally skews it downward. And my thought is that that's not fair. Why should the 0 command that much of the mathematical equation? And people who say, well, if you start at 50 or 60, you're giving those kids all those free points. No, you're not. You're just giving them an equal chance with the D, the C, the B, and the A to recover from the lowest grades they have. And I think most of our children, they don't want to just get 50s because they can get 50s. That's not our human nature. Our human nature is to do our best in most cases. So I'm going to just leave it at that for now, that it's mathematically impossible to recover. And I'd love to hear somebody who can show me mathematically where that's not so.
And certainly, I'll certainly reserve my final comments related to this topic until the end, but just want to provide some additional context. We will talk about assignment weights. I think that's important to note as well, as that currently exists within our policy, and that varies by grade band. And you'll see, if you've not yet reviewed, that there is a proposed shift in the weight of assignments for what we call class assignments versus student assessments. And so just want to make note of that, as that could have some implications around some of your thinking related to the 0.
I find it very interesting. I agree with what you're saying, Ms. Hall, and I totally understand it. But I guess my question would be, in a scenario where a student doesn't take an assignment or a test, in that scenario, what should he or she receive?
I'll tell you my opinion. I don't know where we'll land, but if a student simply does not do the work, that's a 0.
Because I grew up in a time where you got 25 points just for writing your name correctly.
But if a student attempts the work, maybe there are 10 problems and they get all 10 problems wrong, but you can tell that there's evidence that they actually attempted, they tried the work, they just, for whatever reason, missed every problem, I am not opposed to giving a 50.
Okay,
Because there was at least effort. But I refer to it as, if there's no evidence of an assignment turned in, you have no choice but to give them a 0. Because there's nothing to even grade.
I didn't even know that was in the ball game. If you're talking about a style of child who's being adamantly, I'm not going to take the test.
They don't turn
So
it
if
in,
we're
so
talking
there's
about
nothing
that,
to grade.
to me, that's a whole different ball game.
Right, that's a
If you're
0.
saying, I refuse to take the test, I refuse to do any work.
That's a 0.
That's a whole different, I'm talking about
You tried.
So let's establish a baseline now, because does everyone agree with that, with what Dr. Watts said? If you just don't even do anything, then there's no
grade.
math to do. There is
There's
no
nothing to
math.
grade.
There's nothing there. But that has not been my experience over 40 years, that most kids just would not do the work. That would be a real outlier.
Oh, well.
You must not know my
Yeah.
son.
Huh?
Well,
I
that
must not
happens.
It's a new time.
You must not know my son. Maybe he
Dr.
just
Watts,
wasn't-
I've met one of your sons, and he seems like
He knew exactly what he needed to get on the test and how many tests he needed to pass. There are kids that don't do the work. Let me just say that. There are kids that do not do the work.
Wow. So are we making that the baseline, Mr. Morse? That if you don't do the work, we don't even need to spend a lot of time on that? Does everybody agree?
So one of my questions actually was, particularly because we rely a lot on technology, like if there, well, I'll even take that out of it. How does this policy relate to turning in work late? Or do we have a policy on turning in work late?
So the policy or the regulation currently includes language around late work or make-up assignments. That does currently exist within the IHA regulation.
Do you know what that policy, is it the max they can score is an 80?
So it is not, does not specify
Okay.
the grade that they can receive.
Okay.
It doesn't specify that, but it just says that the student can complete the assignment if they miss the assignment because of an absent within X amount of days.
Because I think that this is, like, to me, it's like if a student doesn't turn in the work for whatever reason, but yet they can still complete it. So do teachers or schools have the ability to say, because I'm pretty sure at my child's school, they say if you turn in work late, the max you can receive is an 80.
50 for us, yeah.
Or is it 50?
For
Yeah.
our schools,
And
yeah.
I could be wrong on the number, but so can you provide some clarity around how that works?
Yes, so again, it is based on if a student is absent.
Okay.
But if the student has been in school and they
Okay.
turn in the assignment late, there is not anything in the current regulation that provides any guidance around that. So in that scenario, a school is making a decision and/or a teacher is making a decision on what that looks
Okay.
like.
So I agree with Dr. Watts. There's a huge difference between a child just not doing the work at all versus a student who tries. And I think we all know we learn a lot more from failure than we do from success, right? So I know that one of the future ones in here is about test retakes. And so I'm wondering if assignment retakes belongs in here somewhere, that if you get a 0 on assignment under a certain whatever threshold, that you have the opportunity to make up that work. The flip side of that is, you know, does that place too much of a burden on our teachers? But anyways, that's my kind of thoughts around it.
Yeah, no, your thinking is the right one around that balance and the workload for teachers, which is what we also heard from them as well.
Yeah.
It's going down predominantly, okay.
So at the grading audit, I took all of these notes on why I hate this lowest minimum threshold grade, because you know that this was a source of, you know, pleasant contention between us on the board. And it was, so I have thoughts. I like what Dr. Watts said. I agree with that. I agree that if you do nothing, you should get a 0. But even within my district, I know that there are policies where teachers have told me that because they can, to discretion here. I understand that you're saying you're going to implement rules, et cetera, but if we leave the gate too open, I worry that too much discretion then means that you're going to have situations like I have heard of where a teacher's like, this child made a 40, but the mom is frustrated because her child can't read, but I had to put a 60 in the grade book. So what she adopted was something where, okay, now it's a 64, and that indicates to the parent in the ones column, she actually got a 40, but I can't put that in the grade book. Y'all, what are we doing?
What is that?
Like, meaning, like, so you tell them that instead, because you can't put the actual grade. So what are we, like, you couldn't put less than a 60
Couldn't, like physically in the
into
software?
the grade book.
So you're saying
It's a
the grade
policy
book
that
is-
they voted on at the school, but a lot of teachers have buyer's remorse. No, we're not doing that. So,
Well, that's why this discussion needs to be had. So
yes.
We can create
So,
clarity.
but so we know too, where all of my contention comes from is these kind of stories where, okay, it seems like from the jump, I wonder if we have the same assumptions about what we're trying to achieve, right? Because it seems like the assumption here is that like grades are understating mastery. But my assumption, or based on all the data that we've been working towards, is that we have an overstatement of mastery. We have a graduation rate that's very high, thankfully, but we have a promotion rate, and a literacy problem. And we have students that are progressing on and on and on, and if these grades aren't indicating to the teacher accepting them next year, let alone the parents, let alone themselves, because this is what they think they know when they enter the real world one day, it's not a good indicator of what they actually have to offer, what the teacher is going to be able to do to be the miracle worker the next year. Like if you're at a 4th grade reading level and you're in the 7th grade, we shouldn't hold it against the 7th grade teacher for doing everything she can, but now what does her curriculum have to look like? So we have created a cascading problem as I see it. I mean, I'm speaking for myself, but where it's more of an overstatement of mastery. And so I do worry that when we start getting, and we're going to go through the whole thing, we're just on this right now, but it does feel like, again, we're leaned into grace here, and I'm all for grace, but we have a problem that we need to fix and reasonably, realistically. So not go too hard, too fast, but I think, when we talk about doing a 0 if you don't turn in the work, that makes sense to me. I'm down with that. Too many caveats to this rule. You can only put a 60 if this, or and here only after this many days. It just gets confusing. So I also think, right, so the threshold grade thing, we're not accurately academically reporting to the state either, because that's not a real grade, right? Like if they didn't turn it in and that teacher says, well, they have to get a 60, we can't put a 0. Well, that 60 isn't representative of a true 60 when you report it to the state. So that seems like not a good idea. We're, compromising equity across schools and accountability. Some kids are going to graduate with a transcript that says, this is my score. And then at this school, like at Savannah Arts, like your kid's struggling to get through and making all A's, but it was a slog, right? And then I got all A's at a different school, and, well, we might both get into the same college, right? I know there's SAT scores and all that, but there needs to be actual accuracy within the grades, as I can see it. And then I think we're reducing motivation. I think that if I work really hard and Ms. Grabowski doesn't, and she makes the same grade I make, or our grades are barely different because she gets a 60 and I make an 80, that isn't fair. I mean, we want to talk about fair. I tell my kids, fair is where you get cotton candy. I don't want to hear that word. So we don't do that, right? Life is not fair. But a lot of people, and that's not for everybody, but the world is going to be that way one day. And I do really care, and we really care about these kids when they're in our schools. And so I want us to love them and bring them into what the expectation is gently, because one day the world isn't going to care that you want to make up on something, or, well, you got a 60, right? We don't do that here. You're in or you're out, right? You keep the job or you don't. So I do care that, like I spoke to yesterday, some of my kids maybe don't want to go to college or aren't built for math or whatever, but we can teach them responsibility. We can teach them that when something is asked of you and you say yes, we expect follow through when there's an assignment, right? These are the life skills that we should be teaching. And that comes along, it's the added benefit of actual academic rigor, but for some kids, let's be real, it's the only thing they may get, because academics may not be their jam, right? So I feel like this waters that down when we start saying things like, well, you can give a 0 or not, So the long-term harm with this goes without saying. If we actually have students going, there's data on this, we can all look at it at some point later, I'm not gonna spout it off to you, but there is data about 5 years after graduation, 10 years after graduation in certain districts, all districts, I believe, in Georgia. And some of these kids, like the vast majority, are lost in the abyss. Not jobs, no college, and that would all be okay except for, like, what does their life look like, especially if they're graduating? Y'all have seen all of these articles, right, where these kids are suing school districts because they got into college but they can't read. This is not just us. This is like nationwide. We've got to get on top of this, and it starts with holding kids to account for simple numerical values. So I know that's hard, but that's how I feel about it.
I'll just add, so the grade is one piece, but you also have to consider the assignment, right? You could make a 100 because you filled in the blank, or you colored Mickey Mouse at one school. And the same teacher, another teacher across the hall required kids to write a 5-paragraph essay, present, and do all these other things. And so this really goes beyond the grade. When you're talking about rigor, the grade is only a slither of the conversation.
Which I did want to say really fast. I agree with you, by the way, about the math problems. When you say they had 10 math problems and they tried every single one.
Right.
Violet last night at the dinner table after doing her homework, she said, "Mommy, you didn't check my math last night." I said, "Yes, I did." And she said, "Well, I still got one wrong." And I said, "Oh, well, I might not have checked it very well." And she said, "Well, now I know how it feels for all the kids in my class whose parents don't check." And you know what I thought about? I thought, literally in that moment, I thought about this right here. We have a lot of kids who go home, and even if they do their homework, we should celebrate them because their parents aren't checking. So I am for that. If they, especially on math and stuff, if they don't get it right, then by all means, like, give them the credit for doing the work. Maybe their parent wanted to help but didn't know how to do it, right? I mean, this is normal kind of stuff.
Right.
So I have no problem with that. It's like, I think when we start codifying stuff like this, it turns into the crazy kind of policies I'm talking about where you can't put below a 60 in at all, or it just gets misunderstood until it's brought to someone's attention. That's all I'm saying.
Dr. Howard Hall?
Okay, we're discussing zeros, but I think about a student that may try hard and score 30 on that test, or 20, or 40. So what do we do? Well, you get a 60 because you got a 40, or if you get a 0, or you get a 60. As I can recall, as teaching years ago, maybe I was in school, I don't know. If you failed a test, you were given a retake, and they averaged those 2 grades to give you a grade. Are we doing anything like that?
I'm certain that practice currently exists.
But not consistent.
But not consistently. And again, we'll talk about one of the other proposed language shifts, which really provides some guidance around the retake. We call it recovery, but it is a retake, but it's specific to assessments. And again, I'll just remind, I think you bring up a very good point, that perhaps, and which is why I was hesitant to start with this one, figure let's go ahead and get it out of the way, right? But when we talk about making sure that the assignments are aligned to the rigor of the standards, that is important so that we aren't assigning students grades for coloring Mickey Mouse, right? Because that's not a part of the standards. And that we are allowing students to demonstrate their learning over time so that if they in fact do receive a 0 or a 30, that they have the opportunity after they have received some additional intervention, instruction, and support, that they can demonstrate that next week, now that I've learned this material, I can demonstrate that and earned the 70 or 80, right? So I think those are things that we have to think about, not this in isolation of all of what's in the current regulation and policy.
And budget-wise and personnel-wise, we need to look into what is the job of the academic coaches and the assistant principals and the EDs. We have a lot of employees that are making a quite lucrative salary. So what are they doing to assist these teachers? How do we codify differentiating instruction when one student is asked to give an oral report and the other can color Mickey Mouse? So we need to look into what's the job of everybody at these schools so we can see improvement. And also with the rigor of classroom assignments and differentiation, it tells when it's time to take GMAS. Those GMAS scores are really is a reflection of what they're actually learning in school.
I concur, a 0 is a 0. I am all for teacher discretion, so there's the fun thing that y'all get to do is to decide how we have teacher discretion, but also allow for some of the things we've already discussed with grade correction, grade recovery. The program I teach in has a bar of 80 on everything that's graded. I pray every time I grade things, they're all gonna get an 80, because I want them to be successful, but I also don't wanna have to make another exam, because that's work. So there's a fine line there, and that's what y'all and the teachers don't. I think most of us would be for it, but the teachers have got to be on board, and it goes back to yesterday's priority areas. Baseline experience for every student. I mean, that's what we're talking about, baseline, and then redesign school experiences to ensure students are engaged, empowered, and future ready. Goes right there with the baseline. And then I'm gonna go to 1.2. And this doesn't fix some of the problems for the students that are already fourth and above and fifth and sixth. But strengthen and accelerate literacy and numeracy for all students. I'm going to go back to where I got everybody upset, I don't know, 6 or 8 months ago. And I used the wrong word, but I'm going to use the word I want us to maybe adopt, and that's decelerate. We need to early set a baseline experience of excellence and reading on grade level early, and we need to hold those children accountable and our teachers accountable and the coaches and the families so that those students don't make it to 4th grade not reading on grade level and 7th grade not reading on grade level and not understanding basic mathematical equational things. And I'm all for the scientific method as well, as was stated yesterday, but like some of that, I think it's not gonna solve everything, but if we decelerate and do some hard things at the get-go, our students will be more prepared to learn as they grow older, and they won't shy away from doing the assignments because they can't read the assignment, or that there isn't somebody to help them be successful. They will have already been shown that we want them to be successful because we put more effort into them. We shored up the problem areas they were having, but that's a really big shift, and I know that's outside of this grading policy talk, but I think it goes with 1.2 and 1.1 in our priority areas of a baseline education that strengthens and accelerates literacy. And we're gonna have to hold some kids back, decelerate them in the areas that they're struggling.
Sorry, Sean? Nothing? Okay.
You were successful.
Mr. Smith?
I concur with everyone. I believe that Dr. David and Dr. Hall leaned in on something that triggered my mind. To me, it sounds like it goes a lot back to staffing, meaning do we have the bodies? Because when we look at the grading process, my question is, are we here to grade as educators or are we here to teach? So teaching them will sometimes require having to go over the same thing over and over and over again, especially when we have different students that learn on different levels, meeting them where they are but not leaving them where they are. So sometimes there will be educators who can't give that one student as much attention as they need, but if that student is struggling and striving to learn it, my question becomes, do we have other resources that would be able to go back and help them and bring them along the way? Meaning after school tutorial, I know that burnout is a real thing. I know that having to come up with new tests like Dr. David brought up is going to be a struggle, having to redo all these things. But if we have the staffing and the people, the bodies that can help those students along the way and not just leave them behind and or not just leave them in that same grade, do we have that flexibility? Do we have that staffing? Have we thought about that? Are we creating those opportunities to not just be graders, but to be educators? And I'm not speaking negatively towards our educators. I believe that they're giving their best, but I'm just making that statement.
No, absolutely. And I think what you bring up is something we heard in terms of, and it's one of the themes, it's the support systems. So yes, people, but in this scenario, it's creating the conditions so that they have the time to do this work. We know that grades is one of the visible ways that we sort of define how students are learning, and so it's important that we create conditions and provide the support so that teachers can do this important work around grading assignments, reflecting what students are in fact learning. I'm happy to continue on to the next proposed. We have about 4 or 5, but I'll yield to Board President.
Go ahead.
Well, it might be because some of my questions have to do with, and it's not just the 0, but it's like, how does, like, if all students score under a threshold, like, is that an indication that the assignment, that they weren't prepared?
Right.
How do we talk about grading on a curve? Like, but those are separate from a zero, so I'll hold those, but it's almost like grading overall, is it? So-
Yeah, it's the system around grading and how teachers use that data to inform their instruction, right? Because to your point, if I'm giving an assessment and I recognize that all of our students failed, certainly as a teacher, as a reflective educator, we've got to say, hey, what did I do, right? And what can I do differently to support our students?
I don't have children. So I'm going to ask you guys, when you're, especially those that have kids in high school, when they have tests, are the tests given on paper or are they online? Okay, so what I'm getting at is if our technology is where it is and the kid takes an exam online, isn't there a way to link those grades directly to PowerSchool?
So it depends on the platform, but I don't think it automatically syncs.
So I'm just thinking of shortcuts for the teachers. If it's already there, why can't they just go ahead and link it? So the teachers are not having to enter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And yes, I was one of those kids that did not wait for them to give me the prompt to open my book. Okay, all right.
So as we continue in our review of proposed language shifts, we've started talking about the grade recovery and retake. We've heard across all of our stakeholder groups a clear call for fair and consistent access to demonstrating learning over time, and so I want to frame it in that way. Currently, that access depends heavily on, as you've already named, teacher discretion, student experience inconsistencies, and retake opportunities. And again, we'll just share that teachers, in many cases, their desire is to just have clear guidance, right? So it's not always that they are, and I'm going back to the zero language, that's what they want. They just want some consistency as they engage in conversations with their colleagues across schools. So at any rate, this proposal standardizes recovery or retakes and really anchors it in reteaching and mastery over time. So I want to make sure that I also highlight that what we sampled or what we benchmarked, and these are other policies, and this one is a modified version, if you will, specifically related to assessments. And so that's an important note for your consideration. I'll pause there, and again, just as a reminder, there's no language in our regulation that references this currently.
We're going to start on this end this time.
I love the sample language, except for the fourth bullet, replacement grade on the assessment should be the actual score. I would rather have a threshold that they can make, and that be the high. So like my program, if you retake, 80 is the highest you're going to get. You can make 100 on that thing, because I'll have students that'll punt.
Yeah.
They'll punt. They play the game. I played the game. I know. Game sees game. And they're having a tough week, and they've got 4 exams, and they're like, I'm going to put I got to put all my eggs in these 3, and that 4th one, I'm going to fail. I know I am. And they just won't even try. So knowing that they'll be able to punt it to the next week, put all their effort into it and make 100. So I would definitely set that as a threshold a district can choose, but not allow it to be ever full credit. And that's all I got on that. But I fully support this, and I get teachers' baseline and just make it the same. This is the policy.
Yes, I like it. The recovery, it's a little better than averaging the 2 grades, just recover, then you keep the best grade. And I think that was once used. Also, I have a question regarding, I know that parents are required to go in Power School to monitor the progress that their child is making, but so has Power School taken the place of teachers, especially at the high school level, contacting parents when a child is failing? Because that's not going on everywhere. Parents, kids are failing, and if they're not in Power School, they don't know. So I don't want to call a school name, but I'm just bringing that up since we're talking about grading.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you, it doesn't matter. I thought
You're
about it,
asking,
so I'm asking.
is it required
Right.
that teachers, the school makes a contact before you get to the end of the,
Right, I know that it's available in Power School, but some parents aren't being contacted, especially at the high school level.
Yep.
It's not consistent, again, the word consistent. So what can we do about that, especially if a child is on academic probation?
Yep. So that language exists within IHE, which is promotion and retention, where the teacher is expected to communicate with parents prior to, or if a student is at risk of failing the class, which could result in them being retained. So that is an expectation that currently, at least language that currently exists within our policy and regulation.
be contactable.
Well, that too.
You know, a teacher can attempt, but if you're not,
Parent that's contactable.
Okay.
Has not been contacted, child is failing at Savannah Hollers. Have not been contacted.
that's, yeah.
I agree with Dr. Brinkman about having a minimum threshold for how high they can make. I would even maybe go as far as averaging it with the original test if we're gonna do that. And then you get the average, just like in college, right? It's a more adult life sort of expectation. Because, you know, if you do really badly in a class in college and you retake the class, they average, it's not like you get the whole brand new grade. I do, again, be hard up here, but I do, again, worry that assessments may be a little different, but as we, and we're gonna talk about in a second, change the weights of assessments to less and offer every assessment an opportunity for makeup, it starts feeling like we're doing a lot of like coddling. And I am okay with coddling within reasonable, you know, the word discretionary limits. I don't know that, I don't know, I mean, grades indicate mastery, not morale, right? Like, I think we worry about their morale, but I worry about the unintended consequence of like, if we're saying to a child, oh, bless your heart, you didn't get that grade, you get to take it again, don't worry. Like, what are we saying about it? We're not saying we want you to know the material, we're saying we want you to.
Georgia Tech allows it. My daughter is test correcting this week.
No, I don't
I'm
mean
just
they
like,
don't.
Top engineering schools in the nation allow students to do grade recovery.
No,
so
I don't mean that they
shows
don't
mastery.
allow it.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not the point. My point is to your point, they would average grades together, or you have a minimum threshold that you don't just get to make whatever you make on the second test or in the second repeat class. That's all I meant.
I think it goes back to something Mr. Smith said earlier, it triggered my brain. This conversation really should have started with, what is our beliefs about grades?
Yes.
Because some people believe that grades are about mastery. Other people value more the learning process, which could mean in the learning process, student gets multiple chances because the ultimate goal is for the kid to learn, not for a child to be punished or, you know, some consequence to be given. So I think it's making me think about like what is it that we all believe about grades? Because that then guides the decisions that we make.
Well, and that's my argument. Like, why are we considering a grade a punishment by saying, well, you know, not because of makeup, because of a threshold and because of the next topic that we'll talk about. I don't think it should be seen as a punishment. I think, like in our house, we celebrate low grades. If that was the best you could do, you've demonstrated to me you're good at other things and that you try. So I'm not gonna, you know, give you a consequence because you didn't make an A or a B if that isn't what you were capable of in this class. And I think we have to demonstrate to them what we see grades are. And I think mastery means that you've mastered it enough to get out of this class with the knowledge that Georgia required you to have, right? And I don't think that's a consequence. I think that is what I mean by mastery, right? That's it.
Yeah, and so I'll offer this, and thank you, Dr. Watts, and perhaps this framing will help you think about your feedback again. So to what extent do the proposed grading revisions reflect your belief about what grades should communicate regarding student learning, right? So not asking for your belief necessarily, and although some of you have lifted that up, but to what extent is that reflected within the revisions? Right? I'm clear about some of that. So I wanted to just reset us, and I appreciate Dr. Watts for that.
So, I mean, to me, grades should reflect content mastery, right? Like, that's the whole purpose of them. I do also believe that, like I said earlier, learning is a process. And so I also support, to some extent, the ability to be able to retake. There are so many resources out. I have a friend who's a teacher in North Carolina. Their approach is the students watch an online video first, and then they come in and discuss with the teacher for additional clarification on points that they didn't pick up from the educational video. So we don't have, you know, we can use those other tools that we have at our disposal to help bridge that. And I know my son, when he's struggling with something, he'll find a YouTube video, right? So there's great resources out there. But at the end of the day, the grades do need to reflect content mastery because they matter. I mean, a student's high school GPA is a huge reflection upon whether or not, for students who are college bound, I mean, their GPA matters. And if there's a student who is, you know, doing everything that they can to maximize their GPA, but then you've got another student who's just kind of coasting through because there's not the same expectation, that is, I'm sorry, that's not fair.
Yeah, it's not.
You know, so I don't know if that's helpful at all. But, you know, it shouldn't be just, oh, you tried, so you're going to get an A. No, it should be, you know the material, so you get an A. But we should also balance that with, we're going to make sure that we are instilling the opportunity to learn.
I was sitting here thinking, I got one chance to take the bar, I didn't get to do a retake. And then same thing with like APs, right? You take the AP once.
Right.
That's right.
And my daughter had days where she had 3 APs in a day.
Right.
And then she'd take one the next day. I mean, they don't care.
Right.
So life is hard sometimes, suck it up. The flip side is that's not our philosophy on everything, right? So, I mean, which argument you want me to make, I can go down that path.
You must be a lawyer.
It depends. But one thing I was thinking, like GMAS, the state of
Right.
Georgia allows retakes, right? You know, so the philosophy is you had a bad day for whatever reason, or you're gaming the system, like apparently Mr. Bringman teaches in his program. But it's, you know, you play the hand you're dealt and you work the rules that are there. And nobody should be able to fault you for that. So I've seen it in my own house and with other kids. Sometimes a retake's necessary. Somebody's sick. They got slammed with something else. Their school bus doesn't get them home until 3 in the morning because it broke down on the way back from Vidalia. You know, stuff happens. It's not that the kid wasn't trying or putting the effort in. So there has to be some grace there to figure all that stuff out. But I go back to what I've seen in my house, which is I didn't get a good result on this assessment for whatever reason, I get the retake, but first the teacher's making me do some practice, do some remediation before I get to do the, so if the whole point is content mastery, it's not just take it again next Tuesday. It's, you need to, on the previous test, you aced part 1.
Right.
You bombed part 2 and 3, and you did okay on part 4. Do some practice things online or in Khan Academy or whatever for part 2, 3, and 4, then I'll let you take the retest. Because if the whole point is content mastery, let's make sure they do it. So build in some of those requirements, and it's not just you're gaming the system, you had a bad day, take it again on Friday.
And that is part of what is proposed and what we've benchmarked around ensuring teachers provide students with that opportunity for some of that reteach.
Mr. Smith? What's up? You have any comments?
Oh, no.
Okay. Ms. Hall?
You want me to comment?
No.
Oh, okay, I will.
Yeah. Ms. Hall?
I'm so glad that, I don't know if you're saying, Mr. Butler, that we're going to get a chance to discuss assignments and what the teacher's role is in all of this. I mean, if my test, if I have 10 questions and they're all dates, when did Magellan sail around the Cape Horn? When did Columbus discover? You know, if I just need a date, then that's very different from you getting up and discuss the characters in a book and what were their weaknesses, what were their strengths. So all of that needs to be part of this discussion. And I don't know if you say we're going to continue this at a later time or whether you need answers today for.
We do need answers today.
We do need answers
We need
today,
answers
so-
today, but what I do want to make sure I clarify, or at least what I think I'm hearing, is, well, let me just say, so each of our classes and courses have standards, right? So those exist. And so our curriculum and instruction team and Ms. Burkett, when she comes up here momentarily, can talk more about that. But teachers have instructional guides and expectations so that the assignments that students are completing are aligned to the course standards, right? So the expectation is that teachers are using those instructional guides as part of what's happening in the classroom. So the intent is not to have conversations around that, but what does not currently exist within the regulation, at least, is a statement that says assignments should reflect and should be aligned to the course standards. And that currently does not exist within the regulation, that language specifically.
Okay, and so I guess my response like that is then that some assignments are very simplistic, others are more complex, and they have to be looked at and graded differently. You just can't do it any other way and say somebody has mastered a topic if you're not, if we don't have that discussion. But as far as the zero thing, again, I don't know if we made a decision on that, but I'm still saying it's mathematically impossible to recover from a zero. And I could have, we seem like we have the expectation this is a kid who's always failing, and yet we're putting them on. I might have 4 90s and I get a 0, and that has wrecked my GPA. So it's not just, kids who are perennially or, expected to need that boost from a 40 to a 60. But mathematically, you can't recover, and I haven't heard anybody really able to rebut that.
Yeah, you can. You just have other grades. I was doing math on my paper. You have 4 100s, an 80, a 70, a 60, and a 0. You're still passing the class.
You might
A 0
pass,
does
but-
not mathematically
No,
make you
no.
fail a class.
That 0, David, that 0 carries 5 or 6 times the weight of the other grades. And there's no mathematical way.
If it's an assessment, then
Of
you better
getting
do well on the
around
other
it.
ones. I'm just saying, a 0 does not mathematically fail somebody. 1 0 does not. Other grades might if
No,
they're
no,
making
no.
low grades on all those. So
I'm
it's
saying
kind of a
every time-
loose point.
Every time a 0 is used, you are adding 5 times the power to that 0 that the other grade bands have. Now, can anybody?
Can you please link me to the 5 times? Because if you made
Yes,
100,
okay.
if you made
Okay.
100, it would,
If you
is that
get a
5
A-
times more?
If you get an A, that's between, say, a 90 and 100. A B, a 80 and a 90. A C, a 70 and an 80. A 0, 0 to 60. That's the difference. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 60 points.
And the implication is this: if a student fails 2 tests between August and October, they're going to fail that class. It is likely that, so why even keep coming?
Yeah.
Why even show back up? Because there's no way they're gonna overcome that.
So you decelerate them.
You just wanna keep
I think
kids
you're both
motivated.
a little off, and I'm gonna give a hypothetical example. It did not happen in my household. Hypothetical.
Imagine.
So hypothetically, a student goes to a school where a teacher gives 3 assessments and 7 homework grades for the entire semester. You get a 0 on an assessment. That student might have a C- now, even if they got 90+ in everything else. The next year, this hypothetical student goes to a class and they give 15 assessments and they give 37 homework and they have a 0 on an assessment and they still got a 91 in the class. The first experience where there were 8 total grades or whatever it was, the mindset was, I'm done. I'm gonna check out of the class. Hypothetically, it might have happened in this hypothetical household. The next year, same thing, I can recover.
Right.
I'm gonna grind and I'm still gonna get an A. So it's not just, do we give a 0 or not, it's how many other grades are there proportionate to the final grade. So it's really, we can't mandate, hey, teacher in math in 6th grade, everybody has to give 7 assessments and 19 homework assignments. We don't do that, right?
Well,
that's the theory. But then, why don't we just have AI teach? Because teachers teach different, they have different styles, right? So that's part of the determination of how we're gonna mandate grading.
So I just want to, again, reiterate, these are really good and helpful conversations for our team. I want us to kind of look at these in concert with each other because, and again, I'm not leaning towards a 0 language proposal. Again, what's included in the proposed that we benchmark really provides some discretion. But just want to remind us that part of what we have built in and what we've sampled for your review addresses many of these things, specifically the most recent around currently in our policy. I'm not sure if this is the best time to transition, and feel free to provide feedback around all of them in concert with each other. Currently, our policy does not include any language around the number of grades. So we sampled, again, benchmarked, and made some modifications, and this is still in a very early modified draft, which is to provide some expectations around that, because what we've heard from teachers and from families is that there is inconsistency with regards to the number of assignments, right? So this is probably the most practical concern from our families, and they go weeks without knowing where their student is in that class. So the number of grades, in addition to what you'll see in the next proposed language, which is a very small addition, which is to name in the regulation to update grade books weekly. Again, that does not currently exist, but these things, again, work in concert with each other. So this provides some stability for our students, some predictability for our families, and really it provides some feasibility for teachers as well. so that teachers don't feel like they have to have 30 assignments in a grade book. Right? But it also, for some teachers, it ensures that they are, in fact, providing assignments that allow students to demonstrate their learning over the course of the semester. I'll pause there and invite any feedback around the benchmark language that we have here. I see a thumbs up. Dr. Brinkman is doing voting, but I'm not facilitating this.
Do those numbers of the 8 and the 4 come from feedback from the teachers? The number of assignments and student assessments?
So no, this is benchmarked from another policy.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I will say that we did make slight change, but we'll probably revisit this because I think in the policy, the regulation that we benchmark, so I think what we benchmark the policy reference per quarter. So this is per semester. So this is still something for conversation, so this is 12 assignments. But one might say that this is not enough. But those are some conversations that we're currently having. This is not in its final draft.
My question is the percentage. I know that with testing, assessments for middle and high school, doesn't that count as 60% towards the grade? And elementary is 50% towards the grade? If that's the case, we may need to have more assessments on here. If it's 60% towards the final grade, then there's only 4 per semester.
Yep, and so there are some, in the proposed language shift number 5, there are some changes to the actual weights that may have some implications. So again, looking at these in concert with each other as well. But I'll come back to this. But yes, you're correct. We do need to be mindful of the number of assignments, regardless of whether or not we shift the actual weight of the assessments versus the classroom assignments at all of our grade levels. And that also includes homework, which is a policy in and of itself, and I wasn't supposed to bring that up, but.
I don't know, sorry, that's a benchmark. Do quizzes count as an assessment? So there's quizzes and there's tests. Where do quizzes fall?
So quizzes, and again, this is where some of our teachers, and I want to make sure I reference what is currently in the policy.
Quizzes are a quick check-in, like get a sense of where you are. So I think they're really, it seems like they're a helpful tool, but I think understanding where they fall in that.
So it is not language that's currently in the regulation. And which is why I say teachers might say, well, this is a quiz, and this is a classwork assignment. Some might say this is quizzes and assessment. And it's partly, or it should be based on what they are actually assessing, right? Or when they are assessing a set of standards. And so I think they will interpret that differently. But part of what we have talked about in our policy review, and Kurt has been part of that work as well, is really defining with greater clarity what is a classwork assignment and what is a student assessment. While we have that defined now, there's an opportunity to be clear about that and put that at the top of the regulation.
I do think a quiz can fall in either category depending on the purpose.
Right.
So if a quiz is given for the purpose of informing instruction.
Right.
I just want to check in to see how my teaching
Yeah.
is going so that I can adjust my teaching. Then it should not be a formal assessment. That to me is an informal assessment because it's used to inform me about how I might need to adapt my classroom instruction. If it is truly to say, I have taught, I've taught, I've taught, I've taught, and now it's time for me to check your understanding, then to me it's an
That's an
assessment.
assessment. Yeah.
I do feel like a quiz is one of those that could go in either category,
And,
depending on the purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, the current policy defines student assessment activities, but this is where that delineation of, does quiz fall into that bucket? As Mr. Butler stated, that language is not in there. But the other part of it is, the other bucket of assessments that have a current weighting of 40% of the grade speaks to class assignments. So this is where, when we were in committee, we realized that a lot of clarity was needed in this area because that'll help drive the consistency across the district for these components. So we've got to define what truly a quiz represents.
That's one that I'm willing to give people discretion on.
yeah, and I will say this as well. There are some other bench policies that we've benchmarked where there are 3 categories. You have a major, which are those assessments that are cumulative in nature. Your minors, which could be considered your quizzes that may assess a group of standards or targets. And then you have your practice assignments. And so there's a weight associated with each 3. And so that's an option as well. We did not present that, but that is something that, obviously I think the most important piece is clarifying as to the greatest extent possible that we can within the regulation, what do we want that to look like, regardless if it's 3, 4, or 5, right? But I think that's the key driver.
Yes, are they still documenting class participation? I remember a time when you had group discussions and oral participation. Are they using that as a grade? At one time, I know that you could.
Yeah, so the language in the regulation does, for classwork assignments, indicate group participation. And so I think it's important, again, for us to define what that looks like because, again, in our current regulation, there is no language that says all assignments should be aligned to the standards. And so group participation in and of itself may not be something that is aligned. When we say class participation, right? But I think that's where we've got to make that distinction in the regulation. But yes, it does allow for teachers to provide a grade for classwork assignments for group participation. And that may look differently across a classroom.
Syllabuses. I know in college, that's when you typically receive the syllabus and it outline what I need to do to make an A, B, C, D. Are we doing that at the high school and middle school level consistently across the board, or is it just individual, site-based?
I can't say that it's happening consistently. However, I do know that it is a practice that happens pretty regularly across many of our high schools. But I'm not able to speak to that from a monitoring and accountability standpoint.
Sean.
So this language about assessment versus test versus quiz is interesting because Mr. Butler might remember this. I used to get in arguments with the previous chief academic officer and superintendent about what's an assessment versus a test. And we had an issue like 15 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, where downtown would say, next Wednesday, I want you to give your social studies class this test. And the teacher would be like, what? Not part of my schedule or anything like that. So there was like a centralized assessment that somebody thought was a good idea. You don't have to say, yes, that happened. But that happened a long time ago. And then the biggest complaint we got from teachers was we would be asked to do tests that weren't part of our pacing and our class schedule. And so the board put together a policy that said, district's gonna publish a testing calendar at the beginning of the year, and then we're not changing it. So we're not gonna spring surprise tests on you. So then what started happening, teachers would say, well, I don't have any surprise tests anymore. Now I'm asked to give these assessments. And it's not a test for a grade, it's to see where they are on material, and we're gonna use that to do differentiated instruction. And then I asked, well, are those being graded? Well, some are and some aren't. Well, who's deciding that? I don't know, maybe the teacher. So is it a test? Is it an assessment? Is the assessment being graded or not? Is it being truly used to learn, to figure out, did you learn Georgia history? And so words matter. And,
Yes.
and how they are graded matters. The only other side comment I want to make about this whole grading thing, I don't see it in any of these policies, but hypothetically, there might have been a teacher who said, I don't give anything above a 95 because nobody's perfect. And a student might say, well, why are you artificially tamping down my GPA? Who let you make the grading scale? And then, so I don't know if we have to have any guidelines around students should be able to earn between a 0 and 100. But hypothetically, that might have happened in some district somewhere else.
So I do want to share. I do think there is an opportunity for us, again, within the regulation, to make some distinctions, because we do have district assessments that are published as part of our assessment calendar. So that includes our MAP, BOY, MOY, and end-of-year assessments, middle of year, beginning of year, as well as our DRC Beacon assessments. So those are published, and there is an opportunity within our regulation to make that distinction and to provide clarity around how those assessments are utilized within or not within the actual grading for students. And so I think that is a key component that you lifted up, and it's going to be really a part of some of the work that's happening tactically in our new strategic plan as we continue to refine our district's assessment strategy, as we want to make sure that we are monitoring how students are learning over the course of the year more frequently. And so it will be important for us to make that distinction and to ensure that it is something that we use to help, as all of the assessments are and assignments are, to help inform teacher instruction, but also is it used to reflect in grading what students are learning or have learned at that particular time. So we can certainly do that.
Continue.
Okay. This is a fairly simple one. I think I referenced earlier in terms of entering grades. Currently not within the policy, but the benchmark, pretty simple grades should be entered in the grade book weekly. Any discussion on those?
How are we gonna enforce that? Awesome.
Oh, I thought we had consensus and we were ready to move on.
So,
No.
it can be later, but I think,
met this board?
just making sure it happens is
What are their
the other
performance
thing.
about?
Yeah, no, I think, again, it goes back to the monitoring of those grade books. So, yeah. Yeah.
We can get in the power school and make sure the grades are in there as a leader.
I'm not sure if this is our final proposed language shift or somewhere near that, but this is the one that we were discussing related to the weights. This is an interesting one for a few reasons, but I'll allow the board to have some conversations as I don't want to influence that beyond what we've already provided here. But as noted earlier, there are differences for each of the grade bands. In grades 1 through 2 and 3 through 5, you'll notice that there are some subtle differences there with the key change related to homework, not the key change, but what currently exists within the policy. And then for our middle and high, those are similar, which is why I have it here so I can actually see, but I'll defer to the board for any conversations around this.
Dr. Green?
I mean, my only discrepancy is we're eliminating point 3 under grades 9 through 12 of the current policy. We've talked today about teachers teaching to the standards so that nobody's coloring Mickey Mouse in one class and then actually learning the standards, the Georgia standards, in another class. So it's odd to me, the way I read this is that we have eliminated the Georgia assessment of the Georgia standards. So why are we going to teach to the Georgia standards if we're not going to test and weight the Georgia assessment of the said standards? So
Yeah, so my apologies for that oversight. So, or not oversight, but clarification. So what you see in the benchmark proposed is not to exclude number 3, but those are just the changes. So number 3 remains, and as you can see, that's related to the end of course, so we are required to do that. No, we're good on that. I will say the one addition, and I think I mentioned this earlier, is at the top, at the bottom, it does says assignments, assessments, and/or tasks, and we can wordsmith this differently, but the key piece is that they are aligned to the domains, standards, learning targets, or a set of standards, again, to ensure that all assignments are connected to. So that is the key piece. But no, number 3 would remain in the revision.
thank you for that language because it goes right to what Dr. Watts just said. That goes back to leadership, pulling teachers to say, I want to see your assessments. I want to see those documents so that, they can be, so that everything is linked back to what we want it to be linked back to. So thanks.
And we also acknowledge as well, and these are conversations that we've had just recently in our monthly leadership. I think Dr. Taylor mentioned this yesterday, and that is we've talked about, as part of our strategic plan, our curriculum strategy and our assessment strategy, and those are 2 pieces that will be important in executing on many of these things as well.
And the weighting changes you see as well is a direct response to feedback that we received. So we're hearing the feedback, and you see those numbers in red. Those are the changes from the current policy, but they're highlighted in red just because we want to make sure that you're fully aware of that shift in weighting, which again was based on stakeholder feedback received, including students.
So what I would say to that is that, we are moving from 60 to 40%. I think tests are the best indicator of mastery. And I mean, having taught on the college level, I know I would do what we called bell ringers for participation grades. Just be in class on time and show up, and I will give you, it was 10% of the overall grade, right? We can all play with percentages. But really and truly, like, measuring if someone understands the material and can move on to the next grade, particularly when the material builds on each other, right? I think that, 40% isn't bad, but we're shifting from 60 to 40, and it feels like a philosophical shift away from what we're trying to do, I guess, is more my concern. Does that make sense? Like we're letting go a little bit of stringent, but let me see something really quick. So our EOC milestones, proficiency percentages for 24-25, for the 4 testing categories, 28%, 29%, 37%, and 34%. That was proficient or distinguished. So in some of these categories, more than 70% fell below proficiency. To me, that says we need to take assessment seriously because we have a rigor issue. So again, as long as we're not shifting the philosophy so far, like no more zeros in some ways and this many assignments and this little of a percentage, like I'm okay with some of these things in isolation, but I don't want it to look like we're asking for more, but our philosophy's changed.
I think you are spot on. again, I yield to the board, and we present these as, recommendations. And again, as Mr. Hediger indicated, a lot of this came from what we heard from our stakeholders. And again, I'll just remind us that while some of this may have been presented in some isolation, they work in concert with each other. So there can be some push and pull on as we think about which shifts we want to make, because again, when we talk about the number of assignments, when we talk about the assessment retakes, many of those things have implications and will pull on some of the other shifts. So just want to put that in the space for you all to continue to consider.
And I'll just say, Ms. Campbell, I do believe you're spot on. I do also believe that it goes back to philosophical belief, though. If you are one that believes a student should have multiple and varied ways to show mastery, I'll tell you, I'm not a good multiple choice taker. If you ask me to write something out, I'm gonna knock it out of the park every time, because I like to write. But if it's a if the only option for me to show mastery is on a multiple choice test, or true or false, or something like that, then you're probably not gonna get a true indication of mastery. If we believe that a formal assessment is the ultimate and the most optimal way for a student to show mastery, then I agree with you, it should be more. But if we believe that a student should have multiple ways to show mastery, then I don't know that I agree. I mean, some students can draw what they understand.
And I totally agree, but then if they can draw it and they understand it, I guess my push would be, then they're still demonstrating mastery, just in a different medium, right?
But the assessment is going to be, the assessment doesn't allow them to
And
draw.
that's fine, but I mean, with the scores, and again, it's not to be argumentative, I totally get what you're saying, and I learn way differently than most. I have to write, I mean, that's why
Same,
I
I write
have to write
everything.
everything.
Yes.
So I feel like, I understand, but when we have scoring like we do at the end, because at the EOC testing time, or at an assessment time, like if a student can't pass in any sort of
Formalized.
acceptable way, right? I mean, I say acceptable, formalized is a better way to say it. It sounds like I'm passing judgment on it, and I'm not. It's just the way that it's gonna be set up for them in life, right, in some capacity. Then they either know it or they don't. So I don't know how to balance this in a way that doesn't look like we're just saying, we want more rigor, but we're gonna loosen all the boundaries, and we're just gonna say, you get all these chances, and we're gonna lower the percentages of tests, and we're gonna give you,
Yes.
yeah,
That's why this is hard, but
Yeah.
needed discussion.
Dr. Watts, that was wonderful that you mentioned the fact that the number of different ways I get to show you what I have learned is so crucial. And we need to applaud those teachers who take the time to offer ways for students to show that. But we don't spend much time talking about teacher preparation and teacher know-how. And, Mr. Butt, I think all of our teachers want to do the best they can in instruction, but I don't think that we really know how our teachers are doing in those classrooms, how much of this is actually going on, and how much they're kind of like grasping in the dark and moving along. I'm encouraged by the fact that we have academic coaches and the evaluation systems we have and all, but I just have a lurking fear that, one, as I've always said, the knowledge level of their subject area, all of that, so that we need to spend more time in a positive way supporting our teachers' continued growth, continued learning, and not put all of the onus on what the students are doing. Because they can only do as well as what's being fed to them. Howard Hall.
Just like to share a real life situation. I had a niece who had a learning disability, reading comprehension. So when she finished high school, she tried to get a driver's license. Could drive anything, great driver. She knew the signs, but when it was time for that written test, the driver's test, she struggled with that test. I had to tutor her, and she took that test 5 times before she finally passed. So we differentiate instruction, but the tests are not differentiated. And that's just what it is. That driver's test is not differentiated for kids who struggle with reading comprehension. But me being who I am, I had to just continue to just work with her, and that's the same thing that needs to happen within the schools. But at the end of the day, she could outdrive anybody in here, but that test was a stumbling block for her. So I think that the way it's weighted, I don't have a problem with it being weighted the way it is with the 40%, because not everybody tests well. I had a brother, God rest his soul, would just get sick when it was time for a test. He just panicked, but he could do the work. But it was just something about the word assessment or test, not trying to pacify anything, but I'm just being realistic about assessments.
So, I mean, I can see both sides of it, so I'm not gonna go like one way or the other. But, shoot, I just totally forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, I just had a clarifying question. And this goes back to the EOC percentage. So 40 plus 60 plus 20 is more than 100. So where does that 20% fit in? In the 9th to 12th? If the EOC is 20% of the grade, assessments are 60. That's part of the assessment. Is that considered part of the assessment?
No, so, and I may have Ms. McGuire assist me in that, but I think it is it's part of the final grades, 20%.
Oh, so it's the
yes.
60 and the 40, and then there's the, okay.
Correct.
I got you, I got you. Wow, that's pretty heavy. That they, and then is 20% on top of that kind of thing. Yeah, I got it.
20% of the EOC, you have this other average,
And then you take that.
Is that a state requirement, or did we implement that?
State requirement.
requirement.
But
Okay.
But there is
So
some,
that's heavy.
That's very heavy.
That's heavy.
yeah, but there is some flexibility. I'm not sure we want to introduce that conversation today, but we have the
No, I just wanted
option of-
clarification. That's fine.
We can do 10%.
You could look in the policy, we do reference the State Board of
Okay.
Education rule, which gives you all the guidelines up to that 20%.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
There are kids also, because this is me, and this is a bunch of my son's friends, that just could care less about taking some of these things seriously. Because I like the idea of multiple ways, because they'll show content mastery. I don't know if some of you sound driven. I always spent probably more time for my final grade, final exam. I spent more time figuring out what I needed to make on it than studying for it. And I need a 38 on this to maintain my B. I'm good. If I knew I was going into the EOC with a 90, crud, if I make a 50, I'm getting 10 points, I'm good. I mean, we play that game. And a lot of our high flyers that do well play that game. So you're going to get lower on some of these assessments because they just don't, they play the game, or they finish it in 3 minutes because they go C. I got those children too. And some of our teachers are pretty good. I definitely have had parents reach out to me saying, yeah, the teacher was great. She called me and said, your daughter finished the GMAS in 10 minutes. So we know that's probably not going to be great for her. And there's nothing I can do, but just know that her GMAS isn't going to be a good score because she just wanted to be done that day. Because who knows what. But I like the idea of looking at lots of modalities. I don't know if any of y'all have had to take a multiple choice to keep your job. That's not the real world. Once we get out and we aren't graded on one thing to end all, be all our job, it's usually a series of things that you can show that you're a master in your job. Thanks for the re-envisioning.
So we just have one final component before we close on our policy review, and I'll turn it over to our Executive Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction, Mrs. Burkett.
Hi. I think it's good afternoon now, so thank you for the opportunity to share this with you. So I had an opportunity probably back in September to meet with the kindergarten grade chairs at all of our elementary and K-8 schools. And when I say they very passionately dislike our kindergarten report card, that would be an understatement. So we had the opportunity to get some feedback from them and talk about what would make sense for them. So we have the GKIDS assessment that is required by Georgia. And if you remember, kindergarten is standards-based reporting. They don't receive the numerical grades like we've been talking about, okay? Standards are intended to be mastered by the end of the school year. Repeated opportunities, the curriculum spirals, so they don't just see a standard one time and then don't ever see it again. That goes for all grade or all content areas. So we have the report card that they've been required to fill in grades on these standards 4 times a year, each marking period. But then they're also required to complete the GKIDS assessment at a different scale or timing. So they've had to report on standards in 2 different methods, send 2 different reports home to parents that have 2 different ways of communicating information, all while administering checks of mastery 1-on-1 and 2-on-1 with students. And so there's been a lot of redundant work. Then you add the complication of every time the state changes our standards, we have to change the layout of this kindergarten report card because the way the state does math standards doesn't match the way they formulate ELA standards. So after getting some feedback from our teachers, we are proposing that we would eliminate for core content areas, ELA, Math, Science, and Social Studies, the report card from PowerSchool to report grades and use the GKIDS assessment, that is the state assessment that aligns to our standards on a quarterly basis to report grades. So let's talk a little bit about what stays the same. So they're still going to receive checks of mastery and things like that. However, there are 21 standards just for reading and 78 expectation levels that they have to report on for students. There's no way for ELA we can put 21 standards and 78 different items on a report card for one subject, okay? So we want to try to consolidate. It's a lot, right? Yep. So by using the GKIDS assessment, we can use that quarterly to not only report to the state progress students are making, but use that same report to send home to our families and communicate their progress, okay? Making sense so far? Okay. So students will still receive a PowerSchool report card that will contain art, music, science, things of that nature. They will still receive a conduct grade and attendance, but they will not have a mastery scale, a demonstrating, a beginning for those 4 content areas in PowerSchool. It will come on the GKIDS report. Okay? You're changing slides. Who's changing slides? Got me. Thank you. Okay, so some of the benefits of this are really significant time saving on the part of the teacher because they're now communicating progress in one area, not the same information in 2. Clear parent communication because now it's one form, not 2 different formats of standards mastery that they're going to have to understand and decipher. And then we also have really clear communication tools for the GKIDS assessment reporting that come directly from the state. There's videos already done. There's parent tools that go in and explain. There's a sample parent report that we can share ahead of time to say this is what your report is going to look like. So very clear parent communication. Also, district-wide consistency is going to be advantageous because with GKIDS, for every area that they have to report, all of the standards, all 4 core content areas, and all the expectations, there is a rubric for teachers that says, if you are talking about rhyming words, this is what a beginning level in rhyming words looks like. If you are at developing in rhyming words, this is what it looks like. So very clear expectations of student mastery and very clear communication to parents. If you can tell me These two words rhyme. When you hear them, you're beginning. If you can repeat to me and give me a list of rhyming words, then you're developing. So it will really help us, I think, in terms of the rigor that we've been talking about, consistency across classrooms, and a progression of how students learn and report that to parents. Improved accuracy, again, that rubric is going to help because we're all saying beginning looks like this, developing looks like this, exceeding looks like this. Keeps us in full state compliance, actually is going to help push that even a little bit further because instead of only completing the GKIDS full report by the end of the year with some checkpoints along the way, teachers will update that report each quarter. So parents will be able to get the GKIDS report each marking period instead of waiting until January and May to get that report. So that will become their report of progress each marking period. And then as far as that better progress tracking, we're going to be able to see, because they're completing in the state platform, where students are in all of those core content areas. We will be able to track student progress against standards throughout the year instead of not having that picture until January and then again in May. Thank you. All right. Right there, perfect. Okay, so how are we going to support teachers with this? So we already in the curriculum department provide teachers with what we call a year at a glance. During this marking period for ELA, you're going to teach these standards in this sequence. For math, you're going to teach these standards in this sequence. And then what does that look like ongoing? So what will happen on the GKIDS, the standards for each subject that have been taught in quarter one will be marked and assessed for progress in quarter one on the GKIDS. Then we'll build onto that. Whatever was marked in quarter one, continue to update progress in quarter two, but any new standards that have been added will then be reported on in quarter two. So the content that's reported builds. There's no way that we could expect a student to master 21 standards and 70 plus expectations all in quarter one. But as they progress throughout the year, that also will give an opportunity for teachers to update progress, because the standards do continue to be resurfaced throughout the year. So for example, in the rhyming standard that I gave you, a student might be beginning in quarter one for that particular item, but as they move through the year, we can update that progress to say, okay, quarter two, now they're developing or exceeding. So they'll update progress based on the content that they're teaching each marking period. Okay, questions, comments, thoughts?
I love this, I love it. Oh, who does?
I'm chatty today. Can we ensure, and I'm sure y'all are already thinking this, that we are already preparing intervention at the end of that kindergarten year? We've already got the students. We know where they're not at, so that we can intervene as soon as possible when they hit the first day of first grade, or, and I know it costs money, if it looks like things are working, do we intervene between kindergarten and first grade? Is this like a summer school, like, hey, you're still missing 20 of whatever out of those, I think it was 99. How do we shore that up? We know that's where we got to shore things up, because if we don't catch them up, I mean, and I love that we have standards when kindergarten isn't even required. But like to intervene, to actually have that like red, green, yellow, whatever, so that the first grade teacher already knows coming in, here are my 6 students that I know need intentionality above and beyond the ones that are all green. And does that require something outside of just that teacher's duty? Again, I know that's more job. Yeah, I don't want us to be like, well, if we don't have the people to do it, but I think that's where we got to start before 3rd grade, intervene. So where's the ignite for that kindergartner into 1st grade? Yeah.
Ms. Campbell?
I think this sounds great, but I guess my question would be, since I don't know, I don't know if it's the right move. I'm assuming it is. It sounds too good to be true, but why were we doing it the other way? Maybe that's the best way to ask.
So a couple of reasons. In the past, the GKIDS assessment has not directly aligned with our standards. Here was a set of criteria on the GKIDS assessment that was assessed, and then here were the standards for ELA, math, science, and social studies. As the state has evolved and revised standards the last several years, they're now identical.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. And an advantage is if and when, please not anytime soon, the state changes standards, they will update the GKIDS because it is a state assessment tool for us to report progress. So that does keeps us in line with expectations too.
Dr. Howard Hall?
How to ask it? What is your perspective of retention in kindergarten? Sometimes we send students along to first grade who are beginning kindergartners. After teaching kindergarten for 5 years, I noticed one year I had a struggling class. I'm like, good Lord, what is going on? And I had a birthday train up with the Bears. And then I looked, the majority of my class were born June, July, and August. So the following year, they were just turning 5, and everybody else in the class who were born in September are now 6. So a lot of that has to do with the developmental, I know. But if we continue to promote students who are beginners, when they get in 3rd grade, they are not going to be on grade level at the end of 3rd grade, at the end of 3rd grade. So we definitely need to have more intervention pre-K. I know pre-K is not really, we're not universal yet, we're working on that. But
We are.
we need to stop sending kids on to the next grade level who are below. I know the ARM score with the mirror is a 0.5 is considered kindergarten, but you have first graders mid-year who are scoring 0.5 on the ARM score, so they're performing on a kindergarten level. And that's really a concern for me. If we want to see these GMAT scores improve, we want these students reading on grade level, there must be intervention early. And retention is intervention. I repeated first grade. So I'm not one that sit here and say, oh, no, we in some cases. So how do you feel about that?
I personally don't know that there's a one-size-fits-all for that. I think that you have to look at each individual student. If we're talking about all things being equal and a student is struggling in reading, what area of reading are they struggling in? If they're leaving kindergarten and they still are struggling with phonemic awareness, can they hear and produce the sounds? Kindergarten might be the right place for them the next year versus a student who's struggling in phonics. My opinion, first grade is going to continue working on phonics. We don't want a student to repeat an entire grade level and get the same of everything else except one area that they need help with, because then they're going to have some struggles with those other areas. We start with motivation and things like that. So I personally think it has to be a very individualized decision, and we have to look at all of the steps prior to that. Have they received rigorous instruction? Have they received intervention? Have we given the proper strategies and scaffolds for them? Are we assessing the right things? So not necessarily a one way or other answer for you, because it's very individualized. I have a son whose birthday was in February. He was knocking it out of the ballpark until he hit second grade. And then he struggled and was almost ended up with an IEP for LD, but he didn't need that. We found the strategies and he kept moving. So every child doesn't learn at the same rate. I think we have to be very intentional about the instruction they're receiving and make sure that we're pinpointing where their needs are at the moment and addressing them at the moment.
Anyone else? All right.
President Moss, that concludes our grading policy review presentation. What you have here is simply a timeline with an anticipated first read in May, and a potential second read and adoption. But of course, there are some post-policy revision practices and strategies that will stand up as well, some of which you've heard earlier. But that concludes our presentation. I'll yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. All right. It is lunchtime. We're running behind.
Dang.
Um,
Still leaving at 3.
It's okay, I don't have hardly anything to say.
I'm sure the transportation will be a quick conversation.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't care about that now.
Agenda, because we have guest presenters who are here for the demographer report.
Okay.
And due to their schedule.
Are you gonna do demographers
We would like to
first?
move them before the
Okay.
hub update.
Wonder if we do
And
things
hopefully
online.
y'all had a chance to listen to the audio file on that, and that's summarized, thank
Yeah,
you, the 300-page document, but a lot of really important information on this. And we are targeting 1 o'clock, and that's in 15 minutes, but be subject to the will of the board, but our presenters are available.
Okay.
Start at 1.
Okay, we'll start at 1. Food's ready? Get your food.
Did you really? Where's she playing?
Yeah, yeah, she is.
Oh my gosh. Randy Carlisle. It's amazing her career trajectory.
So, good afternoon. I have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Preston Smith and Dr. Paul Kelly from Business Information Services. These gentlemen are going to make their way up to the front, and they will walk us through their demographer study that they have been working through with us since October.
Thank you very much, Megan. It's a pleasure to be here. We appreciate the chance to come down here today from Kansas City. And we're going to today cover about a 300-page report in about 20 minutes or so. Actually, we may go 30, and then we'll open up for questions after that. So we're going to cover a lot of slides really quickly. Dr. Paul Kelly, he did the enrollment projections. He's on the one to walk you through the first part of the presentation, and then I'll take the last part. So I'll hand off to him.
Thank you, and like Preston said, thank you for inviting us. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to be, so thank you for that. As Preston mentioned, the role that I play in this, our report is around student enrollment projections. And so this is done through a process in which we have detailed on this slide, and I'll focus on this slide for a little bit, just to kind of tell you how it works. And that's how we want to this report to read. We want to show you how we got to these numbers. And so, and the data that we used to justify how we project your enrollment over the next 10 years. So we want to show our work. And I think in doing that, you know, in this line of work, you get a lot of skeptics, and you get a lot of people that have other ideas about what the enrollment's going to be because of maybe some economic indicators or some other things that they might know. And that is normal, and if you have those questions during the presentation, push on us, because we'll show our work, and it's perfectly natural for you to question, and so that is not at all discouraged, and please do it as it comes up. But we use a 4-model system, and we do that to sort of compress the uncertainty of the next 10 years in your enrollment. And it all begins with what's described up there with Model 1, which is basically looking at really the last decades of how students have moved through your school district over time. And we actually use the last 5 years as the major indicator. And so you'll see throughout the report that we mentioned this idea of a 5-year cohort survival ratio. And the cohort survival ratio is the single most important piece to projecting your enrollment. And it would be like if a parent or a community member asked you, like, so how many fifth graders are you going to have next year? The first thing, if you didn't know off the top of your head and you didn't have access to our report, the first thing you would want to know is, well, how many fourth graders do you have this year? That would be a good place to start. And so if you've done that in your head and got that piece of information, you have just calculated a cohort survival ratio. And so we use that information for all of your grade levels to establish the way that children move from one grade level to the next. And what we find is that over the last 5 years, each year has been very consistent here in Savannah-Chatham County. It almost creates a fingerprint or an identifier that's unique, and it encompasses all of those economic and population changes that are happening, and it embeds it in one number. And so, and it's very consistent, like I said. The one thing that you may have noticed in the report, if you had a chance to look at, is that in your first graders, historically, and in just even in the last 5 years, that first grade class is always larger than your kindergarten class. And that is because that is a pivot point by which young families are moving into the area. And so that's encouraging. If growth and sustaining growth is the goal, then you would say that that phenomenon is happening and will continue to happen. Your first grade classes will be bigger by about 103%, or 3% higher than they were as kindergartners. And that is like clockwork here. The other pivot point, major, and this is consistent in a lot of school districts, growing school districts particularly, is ninth grade. So as you as eighth graders move into your high school, you also gain students. Those cohorts get bigger. And that is a testament to students maybe moving out of the homeschool environment, moving out of the private or parochial, and being attracted to all of the opportunities they would have at your high schools. And so you've got two major growth areas. What happens between kindergarten, first grade, and ninth grade, you stay pretty consistent. So your ins and your outs are kind of balance each other. And then when you hit high school, like many school districts, you begin at 10th, 11th, and 12th grade to start declining significantly. So that is a consistent pattern. It is established in model number 1, and then it carries through the next 3 models. So once we establish those cohort survival rates, we the one piece that is difficult about cohort survival rates is that predicting your kindergarten class. And so there is no predecessor for us to say, because your pre-K population is not a reliable indicator of how big your kindergarten classes are going to be. And so what we do on model 2, 3, and 4 is begin to project out that kindergarten class. And I would say that if you want the story of what's going to happen in your school district, that kindergarten class is really the bellwether, because they are going to follow that cohort survival pattern that is very distinctive in Savannah-Chatham County. And we can project out what that class is going to be when they hit their senior year. So you'd have the next 10, 11, 12 years projected out. And so that is included in the report. So Model 2 then takes census data and birth rate data and looks at history, and we create patterns, and we fold that into the 10-year projection. So Model 2 begins to use other new data that you don't already have. Model 3 then takes it a step further and starts asking about, well, what's going to happen with your school-age population? So not just kindergartners, but now what do we see in demographic data on your population? And so that creates Model 3 on school-age population, and then Model 4 encompasses all of that, plus looking at housing indicators, residential development, turnover and employment trends, so it incorporates economic conditions as well. And so you come up with 4 models. I'm going to grab a drink here. So we come up with 4 models, and then we toss out the outlier, and we come up with this graph. And I think if you were to describe this, I would say that as opposed to saying that we're projecting you of declining enrollment, I would say you're stable. The axis on this graph is there to just kind of show the difference between the 3 different models. The orange line and the first several dots of the orange line is your actual enrollment. And then the orange line, as it continues over the next 10 years, is your composite of what we project. So, and you can see that they begin to spread out and create a little bit of a range. But this is then the information that you can use to reliably plan for long-range facilities, for staffing needs, for resource distribution across the district. You can make that plan. I would assume that your staff has already got a number in mind for next year, perhaps by school. They could actually look at this as well and just make sure that we're on the same page there. But all of these decisions need to be known and then acted on so that you can prepare for the next school year. The data as it goes out is more for operations and facilities, just to see what is going to happen with the utilization of your schools. So this is a summary of 3 different periods in that 10-year period. And again, I think I would describe it as more of a stabilization of your enrollment. And throughout, and I'm not going to tell you anything you don't know, but the one issue that is difficult for us to project is the impact of this concept of market share and competition. And that's been a large piece in your enrollments over the last couple decades. And then with the addition this year of the Georgia Promise Scholarship Program, these are factors that you can't control. And so they are pulling students out of your rosters and they making it appear as if, you're declining in your enrollment when in fact the children are going to other options. And so to the degree that you have no control over that, that is not something that you'll be able to directly impact through action in terms of to bring those children back. But that is really what is causing that slight decline or the stabilization. It's not so much that you don't have as many school-age kids, it's just that there's more options for them other than the public schools. Once we do the district-wide projections, then we will split that amongst schools, and then we get to each one of your schools and look at each grade level at each school level, and we begin to take that overall enrollment and distribute them around to the schools where we think they're going to land. So the school-based enrollment is obviously a little more difficult and time-consuming, but these are a set of factors that we look at, and then you can use this information to make some decisions about where do you have some facilities that may be overutilized, underutilized, areas in which you may need to add a school or add square footage. But the first thing that we look at when we take that district-wide enrollment and convert it into a school-based enrollment projection is look at what's called catchment rates, and that's not a difficult concept, but when the children come into your school at these key pivot points like first grade and perhaps 6th grade and then of course 9th grade, they don't distribute themselves equally. And the catchment rate is simply a product of your boundary lines. So where those redistricting lines are is driving what proportion of our projected enrollments are going to land at each school. So that's what the catchment rate is. And we can use reliable information here. What disrupts catchment rates are redistricting, as well as programs that don't distribute themselves proportionately across, so that Georgia Promise Scholarship Program would be one in which it affects different areas of your school district differently, and so that will impact the accuracy of the catchment rate as well. And we really only have 1 year of data on that to be able to feed into the models. Your feeder pattern structure is obviously a key at projecting how many students will be at your middle schools and your high school grades, how big that cohort. So this item number 3 there is how big was that cohort the year before, and so that gets around the cohort survival ratios that we calculate. And then each school has their own cohort survival ratios, and so we look at those. We also look at the enrollment choice and see how that is distributed across the school district, and which schools have a higher rate of that versus others, and so that's going to drive their enrollment down over time. The compounding factor is another where it just builds upon itself, and that comment that I made about kindergarten class, if all you knew is the size of your kindergarten classes, you've got a pretty good idea about what's going to happen to your future enrollment. That kindergarten class is really a great indicator, the size of it. And then finally, the stability of policies and your boundaries. If you redistrict or you change grade level configurations at a school, catchment rates, this is impossible. Because there's too much change there to accurately project your enrollments. And so as long as we have stable policies and boundaries, we can do catchment rates at each school. Your staff has asked us to put together kind of the 5 schools in which we have the largest projected increases. And so you may be familiar with this. This would be schools that you may begin hearing from in terms of not having enough classroom space. And if it's not happening now, it could, because they're going to grow proportionately larger than the other district or the other schools. On the other side of that chart is the schools in which we have the most projected decreases. And again, this is a product of redistricting or your boundaries. And so I would hesitate that if you look at this column and you're reading into it that a projected increase is good or a projected decrease is bad, I would say stop. That is not what is happening here. This is not a good or a bad. This is a product of how you've established your boundary lines. And so you could fix this if you think that a decrease at a school is going to make it inefficient, you can fix it. You can do that by a boundary line adjustment or a grade reconfiguration or a number of different ways. So the next series of slides I'll just bounce through. These are all in the report in detail, but when I went through that list of factors that drive school-based enrollment, they're listed here for each school. So this is information you can distribute to the staff at those schools and your facilities and operations staff so that they can kind of plan long range to see where you may have some underutilized or overutilized schools. So here are the 5 that were growing the most. And then we're moving down into the next 5 are the ones in which you'll see decreases. Again, these are products of many factors and have nothing really to do with the quality of education in these schools. This is not evaluating that in any way. Yeah, declines.
So Johnson was
I do have a question about performance of schools. I know you said it didn't have anything to do with quality, but the Georgia Promise Scholarship, its basis is in performance. And it's not just the schools that have been identified, it's also their feeder schools.
Right.
And from your report, you indicated that has and will likely continue to have an impact on enrollment. So I guess I'm trying to in my head, I know that to be a fact, but I'm hearing you say that none of those things relate to these projections.
Well, certainly market share does. I mean, I think the big takeaway on this data to leave here with is that you've got more kids going to other options. And you have, so it's not a new phenomenon, but the Georgia Promise is just one of ways. I think during the pandemic, you've seen as a factor that people became more skeptical, or they began to see other options, and so you're seeing some remnants of coming through COVID, in which are keeping people at home schools, and you see that that's not just unique here. But I wouldn't say that. What I was trying to say is that this is not. I wouldn't want in this case Hodge Elementary to basically think that this is an assessment score and equate this to their performance. This is a function of factors outside of their control, like the Georgia Promise Scholarship options. Now, if you see a link between that school's performance and a family's choice to leave, like they're leaving schools that are lower performing, then that would be a correlation. I would put that in that market share bucket and not necessarily on, I mean, they're leaving public schools for a number of reasons, and that could be one of them. So you're right.
But that's not a driver in these charts. The
No.
Georgia Promise school performance is not a driver in any of these. I guess that's what you're saying.
Well, it'd be a secondary issue. Market share is a factor.
Okay.
And so I think Georgia Promise probably is a big piece of market share.
It is.
So then I would
It
say,
absolutely
yeah.
is,
So then I
yes.
would say it's a secondary issue. Market share as a whole is really the
Right.
issue.
But since it only applies to certain schools, then I'm assuming it's a driver in those schools.
Yeah, I
And
will
it is
correct.
based on academic performance.
Yeah,
which-
I will, and I don't know the academic performance of the schools, and so we didn't factor that in. So you're right, following that, connecting those dots, then you could trace it back to performance because of the way that system, that scholarship program works.
I'm just trying to know if, when you did this, did you account for the Georgia Promise Scholarship?
Yes.
How did you then? Yeah, how did you then? Because it's only for certain schools, Georgia Promise. Hodge is not one of those schools. So Hodge cannot be impacted by the Georgia Promise.
So these factors that are listed up there would be that Hodge happens to have a lower catchment rate, perhaps has nothing to do with the Georgia Scholarship, than your other elementary schools. Your school level cohort survival is just lower there. So as kids move through the grade levels, something different is happening at Hodge that is happening in your other schools. And so these are like you're saying, in this case, we just explained it on this one, but this is not related evidently to the Georgia Promise Scholarship. This would be those other factors there.
Can you put the slide back up of the 5 schools that you had
Yeah.
in our lowest?
None of them are.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Just a reminder too, that Hodge might be in the feeder pattern.
Hodge is an
Right,
elementary.
that's right. So it might be that Hodge is not a school, but Hodge is in the feeder pattern, so then you could
That means their middle or
qualify.
high school has been identified.
So like Hodge goes Hodge, Durin, Beach.
And Beach is a Georgia Promise school, I believe.
No, Duran is.
Duran is, so
But it
that's
doesn't-
why.
It doesn't seem like that was actually part of it. I'm gonna
Yeah,
shut
it
up.
doesn't, it doesn't feel like to me it was factored in, but you're saying it was.
Well, we have 1 year of data on it, and so you have 1 year of data on catchment rates. And so if you looked at this year's data, the data that we were provided on your kindergarten class, not as many went to Hodge as some of your others. And so that kindergarten class then is going to compound the fact that they're smaller, the cohort survival being lower, they're going to stay lower. They're going to actually decrease. Whether it's because kids are are going to the scholarship program or homeschool or whatever, that's not really spelled out in there. It's just basically, kids did not show up there this year at the rate they did at the other schools. And so that has a factor over time as that class moves through the grade levels.
Is it fair to say that these are really based more on a demographic analysis of the catchment area for that school?
Yes,
So that's,
Yeah.
that's a simplified way to look at it.
yes. Sorry. Yeah, that would have probably saved about 10 pages in the report, yeah, that explanation, so.
Help me understand why there might be some elementary schools on the increase, but then you don't see the middle school or the high school. Or
Feeder.
Like Bloomingdale is a projected increase, but New Hampstead is a projected decrease.
I think that's because of boundaries. When I look at a lot of those, I'm thinking it's a virtue of what we've done, what we have imposed. A lot of those are, when I look at them. New Hampstead is definitely boundary, because we moved a lot of kids out of there, and they're now at Groves. Especially on the increase side. Williams is a boundary, Pulaski, Bloomingdale, Brock, I can't explain Brock.
And to be fair, Brock was one of those that was an outlier for us as well, but that Dr. Kelly went back, as that was one of my questions specifically, was double check Brock. So that was, it could be something to do with the population shifts, it could be permits, it could be many different things in that area that is causing that particular rate. But if we look at the Brock slide, pull that one up. It shows potentially we had a higher kindergarten class and then higher other grades jump in, as well as enrollment choice, mobility patterns, and stability of policies and boundaries. That one hasn't been adjusted, boundaries, recently.
That's why I said I can't account for
So that
that.
one I don't know, but.
I see, for instance, with Johnson High, I don't see Myers, it's feeder school, and I guess Juliet Low, the kids have options, they end up at Jenkins or Johnson. So why wouldn't those two schools that feed Johnson show a decrease also?
Well, they actually might. What we were asked
Oh,
to
that
do
there's
is
not the
provide.
most.
Yeah, we were
Okay.
looking at the extremes.
Yeah,
I mean, you've got
okay.
50 other schools somewhere in that continuum.
So like Marsh Point is a decrease, but Coastal is not on here, and that would feed into Islands High, but you're saying, again, these are the
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
end of the spectrum.
But you're thinking about it exactly right. In particular, when you're combining schools into a larger school.
Yeah.
And that, if that's happening at the middle school and then you're compounding that by adding that, I mean, there's a lot of things that happened upstream that are really outside the control of the school. And the boundary is really the principal way to, if it's a problem, if that imbalance or that lack of balance is a problem, then a boundary adjustment would be the quickest way to, but not easy, but quick.
So Dr. Watts, it looks like we need an influx of more elementary teachers and not so much high school, if this is.
I think we need to get through more.
Although, yeah, we wouldn't act just on
Yeah,
this,
I
but
think so too.
it
Because
just.
yes, because
10
we've had
years
this
out.
presentation once. I listened to it, I've looked over it, and I have a lot of thoughts, but I think we should go through the whole report.
All right, I'm going to hand it off to Preston and move into answers like where the growth is occurring, and this is really the demographic and population analysis that was used in those different models, Model 2, Model 3, and Model 4, to create the student enrollment projection. So I'll turn it over to you, Preston.
Okay, thanks so much. What I'm going to cover here briefly then is just not so much the detail, but a higher level look of the district. What the map shows is basically on the one side is the percent change we're going to see in the elementary schools and the raw number increases, and this are just based upon the enrollment projections that we have. So I'll whip through that. Here's for the middle school. You see Pulaski going to lead the ground there, and see, what's that? Jenkins, I think. Okay. So we did have the analysis, and what we show is that you basically have 4 different areas here. Our projections show it to flat or a slight decrease. Go back to 1990, you actually had an increase. Followed in 2000, actually a decrease. And 2010 to 25, it's actually been an increase, but the last few years, it's been a decrease. So a roller coaster. And the little graph on the right there shows that here's what you had in 1989 to 90 to what you have today. So it's been fairly flat for almost 30 years. The key points here is that you got an aging population. The real growth in the district is going to come in people over 55 and 60 years old. It's actually increasing 5 times the rate of what the school-age population is. Even though our demographic vendors, they predict there's actually going to be an increase in school-age population kids, about 15%. But here again, you're going to have a population increases of the school-age numbers. But we believe that unless you change something, you're not going to get that growth in your district because you're not going to increase your market share. That's the big problem.
Wait, let's pause on that one to make sure everybody takes that in.
Yeah, that's a key
So
point.
we could have potentially an additional 7,000, rough number, of school-age children move to Savannah or be in Savannah that are not currently in our schools, but the projections show that we will not attribute any of those to our enrollment.
This entire thing.
And that's really the key point. It's one of the very key points because
Number one takeaway.
Because think of this on a bigger scale. Since 1990, you've had a population increase of almost 50,000 people moved here into this area, into this county. 50,000 since 2010. And you only had an increase of around 500 kids. I mean, you had a massive group of population come in, but only had a growth of about 500 students. So in the next 15 or 10 or 15 years, you have that same kind of growth. You're just not getting the students because they're out there. You're just seeing your market share erode to the private school and the homeschool. Yeah.
Was it 1990 or was it 2010?
I believe it's 1990.
Okay, so since 1990,
50,000 people.
50,000 people have moved in.
Yes.
But is that 50,000 students or 50,000
People, all
Because,
people.
If they're all moving from New York to get to the sun, then if they're, if all those people are 60 years old and retirees, as opposed to childbearing,
That's the key point. But even among the growth of families, which is a very small minority growth, you're not seeing the capture of those families, those students into your district. It's just not happening. Statewide, in the whole state of Georgia, there's about 9% of the students that are private schooled and homeschooled. And your market share is around 80%. So you're losing almost 20%, almost 2.5 times of what the statewide average is. Statewide is 9%, homeschool, private school, you're about 20%. So that's why you've got a disparity here. And there's even a map in the report that shows what areas, and we'll show this later, what areas are more likely to have private schools. But here you have some other problems that are going on. You got declining birth rates that are going. It's decreased it's decreased by 11% since 2015. Rising unemployment is good for you. That seems to be the only factor that you've seen growth from. And there is really no relationship to new housing to your enrollment. As I said, unemployment's a key. The predictability is pretty low, only like 31%. But there was yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
That last point.
Last point. I have a slide that goes with that too. But
Okay. Could you talk a little bit more about that last point?
All right. Since 2016, you've had almost 10,000 new residential units built. but your enrollment has actually decreased by over 2,000 students. That's basically why we did not look more aggressively at new home construction, at how it affects your enrollment. We ran the regression analysis and showed that there's no relationship. In fact, it's a negative relationship. That essentially, when you build up a home, you're going to have somebody who's not going to have a kid in your school district, and it's actually a negative growth factor statistically, because you're going to have somebody there that's either a retiree or a young couple that they don't have kids, and they're taking that space up in that house that a family can't move into. So, and also look at the sale rate. You over 60,000 homes sold. My goodness, and you're still not seeing a growth rate for your enrollment. So yeah, that's a very key point, and I've got a slide that shows it again. But here, unemployment is the only thing that makes a factor here. And the reason I believe that unemployment is a factor is because you've got people that are sending their kids to private schools, or they are homeschooling, they have to go outside the house and then work to get more money. But when unemployment goes up, that's the only factor where you actually see an increase in your enrollment. Go back. Since 2017, you've lost about 2,600 students. In that same time period, the homeschool and private schools have gained over 2,000, almost 82% of what's explained right there. As you lost them, they've gained it. In 25, 26, almost 9,000 school-age kids, private schooled and homeschooled, which is incredible. And the fact here in Georgia, you're able to get the documentation to it to actually see which kids are private schooled. We mapped it out and showed where the maps were. But one of the real key factors, I think, is when a family moves here to look at what district do you take, do you go to, you're right in the middle of the rankings. These are these online ranking websites, and people really do use those to determine where we're going to live. Out of around 200 school districts, you're right in the middle, about 100. The demographics are, you got one-person households, about 31% of all the households. A growing district's going to have that about 20%. One person, you're considerably higher than that. You've got a lot more students that are leaving the district than are enrolling. We look at the rosters over the last 5 years, the ratios are getting out of whack. And you've got a lot more older couples and young couples that are not planning to have kids that are buying homes here. And it shows because you've got a lot of low mortgage rate. It tells you people that are paying for cash for a house. This is a real concern in your housing. There's a number of renters. Around 40 to 45% of all your residents are renters, and they're also more likely to move. If you look at the mobility in your district, it's almost the very same identical areas that move in and out from year to year. That's where your high rent areas are. And the last part there, you got 48% of your renters pay more than 30% of their income for rent, and 25% pay almost half. That creates some real economic hardship on families. We match the students to the parcels, the tax rolls, to see what kind of houses they live in. And again, it's verified that new housings do not result in new students. You've only got about 4.8% of the students living in houses built since 2015. And the last part here I want to cover is your capacity. We looked at that in your buildings, see where you're at. And we're showing that there's space really for about another 20,000 students. The utilization rate's about 65% district-wide, and the national average standards for 85. And if the trend is you lose another couple of thousand students, you're going to have more space. The yellow column there, we actually looked to saw the capacity provided by the district, what they call a feasibility or a number the district wanted to use. And again, the enrollment numbers are considerably lower than even those. I went back to 1989 to look and see what the enrollment numbers were at the high watermark for these buildings, and also pulled the FTE numbers for students and teacher ratios for 23 and 24 school year. This is from the National Center of Education Statistics. And here you have in 23 and 24, Windsor Forest actually had a student to teacher ratio of 9, pretty low. And the enrollment at one time, over 1,100 students were in that building. And that's the yellow column. And the total enrollment today is about 620. So here you got all these buildings that are somewhere between half empty to about a third empty. So it shows that there's definitely some room in your buildings to put more students or to even reorganize and repurpose a few. Yep.
So the number in the yellow, the high enrollment, that doesn't necessarily relate to the capacity of the building then? That's just looking at the number of students?
No, that's how many students were enrolled in that building at one time since 1989.
Right, but it doesn't look at the capacity of the building.
Correct, because there might be additional modifications or other changes to the building itself, so the capacity, it would be
Okay,
different.
so it's just a high enrollment number, so that would be another factor, okay.
That'd be the highest since 1989, yeah. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
When you were going over the numbers, including number of kids in private schools, where were charter school students? Are they in public numbers or are they in the other?
They are included in this report as in the public sector.
Yes, yeah, they're part of your roster. But we also have a map in our report that actually shows where the private school students are. And it's interesting, it almost mirrors exactly where your high number of white people live in the district. High correlation. We have a map that shows your different ethnics across the, if you overlap that with the private school enrollment, it's almost identical. And in fact, we've worked in a lot of districts, probably 300 in the last 22 years. Your district's probably one of the more segregated, I think we've seen, because I think we found that your white population's real concentrated in about 7 schools. So it's interesting.
Well, it's no coincidence that our private schools typically opened up after
Right.
segregation.
There it is. They're more accessible and they know who they're marketing to. Well, here's our final recommendations. One, that it'd be probably beneficial to develop a profile of who would be taking those Georgia Profile Scholarship applicants to get an idea of who would be, what family or students would be more likely to apply and get those. I'd recommend you have a 90-day or thereabouts why families leave analysis and maybe focused on exit interviews. I've seen this done effectively in some districts. Look at a high school value proposition, try to be more competitive and maybe open the doors up to a lot of private school students and homeschool just for your facilities. Let's try to get their foot in the door here and maybe they'll come here full time. Look at a facility utilization plan. I think that'd be real essential since you've got a lot of excess space. You've got a lot of buildings. There's no doubt about that. And I'd look at some kind of the hybrid option, again, for the part-time enrollment for homeschool and private school. So that's all we've got, and we'll entertain your questions. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Howard Hall.
Yes, and my co-workers have heard this often, several times from me. Chatham County has more private schools than any county in the state of Georgia. And we're finding that our private schools are very competitive when it comes to sports. We have several major private schools that they're very competitive when it comes to sports, so they are doing a lot of recruiting for our top tier athletes. And that is where a lot of the African American students get the opportunity to go if they are top tier athletes. It's just the truth of the matter. It started at one time with high school level, but now they're recruiting as early now as sixth grade.
Wow. Well, evidently they know how to do marketing and recruiting, and in order to compete with them, I think you're going to have to step up and do more aggressively into the same.
So yesterday, the board we didn't get into tactics, but I want you all to know that there is a tactic in our strategic plan. We didn't go over this yesterday. That says design and implement a district-wide enrollment, retention, and recovery strategy. So I want you to know that it is my intention to implement some of these. I think we can recover some of these kids. I definitely think we can. And so that will be a tactic moving forward, and you'll see that show up in the new strategic plan.
Ms. Hall, I'll get to you.
So one thing
Yeah.
I wanted to speak to with regard to private school that was really telling to me, and that I know that we are working on, which is the whole point of this retreat, is consistency in the district. But one thing that resonated with me is that, I mean, having gone to private, I think marketing it one way is good, and doing it effectively is is important, but fixing the problems that are causing the push. And I can say that with fidelity because it's not just the private schools that have increased tuition, right? It's three times the rate of homeschooling families?
Actually, I think it's almost 5 times the homeschool growth rate.
Which is insane, because even as someone who maybe would have the ability to homeschool, would feel qualified maybe, or feel like it's okay, we could do this. For most, I feel like it would be a total upset change of lifestyle, changing your whole setup in your family structure. Someone stays home, you lose income, whatever it is. And so I hope that, I think we can gain back market share as well. And I think that comes through the culture shift and the literacy shift and all of that. So I'm excited about that.
I also want to caution us against the word market, so we can't use public dollars to market. We can use public dollars to inform.
Good job.
That's
So we're not able to market our district.
Add to that. That's been a challenge that we've talked about over the years. It doesn't stop us in our communication output and the great things that we share, that student achievement is going on and informational campaigns, but a true marketing campaign gets us into an area of challenge in the definition of how public dollars are used to support education. The privates are run a little differently, so they can do that. But to the superintendent's point, we are looking at ways to use targeted informational campaigns that will be positioned in an appropriate way to create excitement about the things that are going on in the school district. However, that will not work if the promise of the educational experience that families get when they're in our schools is not met. And I think that's what you were saying, and that should definitely be echoed. And for families too, a lot of that is word of mouth. And then whenever you layer on top of that strong informational campaigns that go on to further support that resonance and that personal to internalize, here's an educational option I should look at, is where you really start to break into that. And the other challenge is, to the point of the scholarships, the homeschooling, the $6,500 is able to be used, that scholarship, for homeschooling as well. So that overcomes a lot of burden for families. But the experience of education is really where it's at for us, and that's part of what we've been hearing in the strategic plan. When you hear the quality baseline experience for every child in Chatham County that is consistent, and that the families get the same feeling and a high level of customer service, is where the turn really happens.
And I like your mention of the bringing kids in from homeschool for part-times during the day and kind of exposing them and
Yeah.
offering them certain classes. I thought that was cool.
Well, I think a key point would also be to offer like standardized test coaching, something homeschoolers couldn't do in an organized procedure. They have to rely upon the public schools for the testing of the SAT, ACT, to have classes that teach how to take a test, or to invite them in to take the test. That's the way you get them in the door easily and quickly. So that's one of the key things. And the reason I know that is because I taught all my 5 kids at home for all 12 years. So as standardized testing was definitely a way that we needed help from the public schools.
Okay, that's good.
Ms. Grabowski, then Ms. Hall.
I found this report incredibly interesting, and if any of you have not listened to the audio file that Kurt also sent along with us, I strongly, strongly, strongly encourage you to do that. Because I think it did an excellent job of boiling down a very comprehensive but long report into a way that was easy to understand. Lots of things to say. So, I got excited about the recommendations of this report. Can you go back to that recommendation slide?
Sure.
Because one of the first meetings I had with Dr. Watts was around the private versus public school conversation. And I'm excited about our potential to reshape the image of our district because we deserve it, right? And I am confident that we can provide alternatives that families may not feel like they have right now because of the challenges, that we can recapture these students. I'm absolutely confident we can do that, and I get excited in thinking about that. You know, every time we've had, I shouldn't say every time, but usually when we have our projections that are presented during budgeting, it's a little bit of Chicken Little where the sky is falling because the birth rates are falling. And it's like, yeah, the birth rates are falling, but I'm grateful that this report says the kids are out there, the students are out there. And yes, we may not, like the housing may not be as much for families, but the students are still here. We just need to offer them what they are looking for and provide and help our families to realize who may be choosing private school because they feel like public school is not a viable option for them. We just need to be able to address that and get those students back into the building. And I think we can do that. I was very interested in the concept of the exit interviews. That's another thing that I've been asking about. Like, it's like, why? Like, if we don't know the why, there's no way that we can address getting them back into the building. So I hope that's something that we can try and implement. I know there's lots of things we're trying to do.
It's already being
Great.
addressed in the new plan, yes.
That's great. I mean, because I feel like if we don't do that. The other thing with the housing is, so we have an affordable housing issue in our county and in our region, honestly. But we also know that there are families who are choosing to live in our neighboring counties because of the school district. So I also feel like that we have the ability to influence those housing numbers and those student numbers by the quality of our district, so that we could increase the number of students who are even coming in if families feel like when they are moving to the Savannah area that they can live in Chatham County and send their kids to public school and not have to choose a neighboring environment. So at the end of the day, I am excited about the opportunities. I'm grateful that we have the in-depth data that we now have. I look forward to digging into the report in even more detail. And to the point about I know we can't use public dollars for marketing. I do know that we've talked about creative strategies for sharing information. I'd be curious if we could get some private assistance or philanthropic assistance to help us with marketing. I think we could do that absolutely, because we are competing for students, and we have to market ourselves, even if we can't use the public dollars and do it in traditional ways. So that's it for now.
Well, if I could offer one other suggestion, I made this last month to a school district in Illinois that was losing enrollment. And I said, I really think that you're at the point that you may want to try to partner with the city or even the county to say, can we offer a subsidy to have families move into the school district and give them $1,000 or pay their closing cost for a new home. And so that would encourage the families to move. And you create a fund or some kind of growth fund with the city or the county where you can offer that subsidy. And there are places in the United States that have done that. You remember, you see the Homestead Act, like in Kansas, there are dying towns in Kansas, like we'll give you $5,000 to move out here, or we'll give you a house. And you're at the point. You've got the I think the financial wherewithal and the position where you're located that you could actually do something creative like that to. Obviously, you're going to pay somebody's down payment on their house or their closing costs. They might be a little bit beholden to send their kids here.
Ms. Hall?
Dr. Watts, one thing I always hear compliments about is our CTAE programs. And I'm wondering if we can really think about how we can expand those, especially for students who are, say, college-bound, but want to learn how to weld, or students who are college-bound but want to be part of, or who are not, but want to be part of the veterinary program that's at Islands. This week, Islands is selling these beautiful ferns. They have oh my gosh. So they're just all opportunities in that CTAE, under that umbrella, that I think we need to really start taking advantage of.
Agreed, and I know there will be a tactic in our strategic plan, and Mr. Butler is already given voice and intent to look at a reimagining and bolstering of our CTAE programs. And I guess the push I would have for the board and the current way we do education speaks to one of the recommendations around, is there a way we recapture students, maybe not for an entire day, but if there are certain classes, if they want to just come and participate in IB, if they just want the CTAE pathway, can they have that, and would we receive funding for that, and they can continue to be a homeschool? That's a push, because that's not the way we typically do things. You know, you're either all the way in or all the way out. But I think there might be ways for us to think about, can a student take parts of the day, parts of programs, but not necessarily be fully enrolled? And I need to research that more to see how that also, because all this also plays into our budget, right? So can we be funded if a kid is only coming a part of the day because they really want to participate in welding? And they're not going to get welding at home. And they're not going to get welding in a private school. We have that. And so what are we promoting that you can only get in Savannah-Chatham County schools?
And that foundation,
One-minute videos that can flash across the screen, we can do that. Actually, now, those are very exciting to watch.
yeah.
For the kids who are in school full-time now, who aren't taking advantage of our CTAE. I
Yeah.
don't think everyone really knows about what we have going on. So
Yeah.
those one-minute videos,
Yeah.
we need to build that into the budget.
And the foundation is there, and I think more people may know than you realize, as some of the numbers indicated, that our numbers are growing actually at high school, where you see kids coming back in for specialized experiences that we offer at the high school level. Am I correct in the data?
I think it's 9th, but then we have an issue at 11th grade where they're leaving, and I don't understand that. I need to do some research on that for some reason.
Yeah, we saw the dropout rate double like in the last few years.
Right. Like 11th grade seems to be a place where kids they come in at a high number at 9th, but then they're exiting again at 11.
Do you see them pick up in the private or homeschool community, or just drop off?
I think they're dropping
You know,
out.
we didn't analyze we just had the rosters. I don't think we did a full analysis of where their growth was happening.
Yeah, I wonder if they're actually dropping off more with the decrease in, sort of.
It could be that, could be they're at the age, around that point where they can drop out.
That's right, yep.
So, I was at a chamber board meeting yesterday, and Bert Brantley said something very interesting. He goes, we were talking about moonshot and everything, and Bert Brantley said, there's a part of this that's really important, and that is how we look at public schools. And he's speaking to the chamber board, and he's like, we have got to start talking about the great things our public schools are doing. And he said this, and this is interesting. He said, I think it was last year, he goes, last year there were only 2 Rhodes Scholars from Savannah. One was homeschooled, and the other was a public school student. I was at the Savannah Arts Academy fashion show the other day. I took our new minister and his family. Now, my church is a very wealthy church, and every pastor that we've had in the past has sent their kids to private school. This new minister insisted that his kids go to public school. Their kids go to Jacob G. and Coastal. They absolutely love it. And we still have people, they are still being encouraged by some people in my church to go to private school. Anyway, but as we were leaving, I turned to his wife, and I said, you know what? You don't get this fashion show in private school. So it's those kinds of things, and look at the history of, you know, it's kind of a dark history, but I've heard one of the reasons behind Savannah Art, when we made Savannah Arts Academy, was to get private schools, kids back into our public schools. We've got, I mean, you know, since I've been president of this board, I have seen the incredible things that go on. Although we can't market, our marketing, our appearance, our marketing, our community people, we need to get them, and that's why you guys hear me say this all the time at meetings. Come to our events. You know, we can start inviting people to our events. We can, because when people get into the schools and they see what's really going on, not what they heard, but what's really going on, that's the best commercial you can have. Yes, Mr. Katchmar.
So I just want to ask the question, why spend a ton of time and resources trying to recapture these students? Why spend a lot of time and resources trying to recapture these students when, so it's resources we're not putting towards improving our existing programs? And I'm not saying I'm just asking the question for discussion. Because I live in a neighborhood where half the kids go to private school. I work in the business community where a disproportionate number of folks send their kids to private school. And there's a neighbor across the street whose daughter was in 9th grade and 10th grade and then went to private school. And here is the consistent thing I've heard in the last 15 years. Did you see that assault video on Facebook? Boom. That, I bet every time one of those videos comes out, our disenrollment goes up. Just one video. 15 years ago, my neighbor pulled his kid out of 10th grade because there was a sexual assault in the public high school she was in, and the student who committed that offense was back 3 weeks later.
Oh, my gosh.
And they're like, I'm done. So we can do all the marketing we want, but parents see through marketing. Like glossy brochures and nice pictures and opportunities are great. If my kid's gonna get assaulted or the discipline issues are there, I'm not going. And I'm back to, we need to present a good product and offer assurances of safety and high education. So the 90-day why families leave analysis, I think we need to also do a why did you never come analysis. If we can find families that never came here, or like when I moved here in 2000, our realtor said,
Right.
if you, realtors, anyway, our realtor said to us, you can go to elementary for public, but after that, you gotta go private. And I said,
realtors I can.
well, and I said, why?
That would be most of them.
That's illegal.
I know it's illegal, but I said, why? And I'm ornery enough that I went and visited my local public school, and I'm like, I'm not paying 15 grand a year. I pay taxes. But the real question we should ask people is, why do you prefer to spend $15,000 to $25,000 a year at a private school where you get less opportunity and inferior academics over going to your local public school? That's the question we need to ask. And what did you hear, and what research did you do? And the vast majority of the families I talk to, it's violence, lack of consequences, and chaos. Now, we can talk about there's racism built in there. I think there's a lot of classism, too. I don't know how we address that. But let's figure out the why people aren't coming to begin with. What are the rumors, like, Bert's comment is very helpful. Because the same people that fret about the state of our public schools don't have their kids in public schools. And I have, one of the families across the street, they're like, everybody we work with has said, you need to send your kids to private school, but you've had 3 go through public school, and we don't want to pay for private school, and you're our model. And so the one-on-one conversation and influence is more helpful than any glossy campaign or publications we can do. It's the one-on-one conversations, come visit the school, and assurances about safety and focus on academics, to me, is my experience is the #1 driver, period.
Well, I think that, to me, everything that you just said, yes, I endorse and fully agree with. And when I say there's a strategy to recoup some or recapture these students, those are some of the things that I am also thinking about. Like, we do need to have an exit interview where we figure out why they're leaving, what would it take to get them to come back. That is a piece of that. The second piece is around some of the conversations we had today about discipline. I'm fully aware of the impact that perception has. I talked to the principals on Wednesday about customer service, and when you don't respond to emails, and when you don't, sit down with people and have a knee-to-knee conversation, and you just feel like you can dismiss them, you're dismissing another student that has other options now. So to me, it's a multi-pronged strategy, and I do believe it is worthy of our time and attention because it has budget implications, and I don't want people to walk around with a negative perception about our school district. I don't. And so to me, the only way to do it is to have a specific strategy where we are promoting good news, but also trying to understand the root causes and having a strategy for the root cause. So it's worth the time and attention for me for many reasons. And I believe there is value in a public school opportunity, not just for today, but for the future. That there are benefits in society when students have the exposure to other ways of thinking and doing that often cannot be captured in a homeschool or some other option. There's value in the public school system. There's a reason why we have a public school system.
Mr. Grabowski, and then Ms. Hall.
You got Dr. Bringman down here too.
No. Dr. Bring.
You haven't talked yet.
That's fine.
No,
I fully agree with everything you said, Dr. Watts, but I am with Sean on if we can become consistent and accountable with the talks we had this morning and with the strategic plan that we spoke of yesterday, then the students we have, we will budget for, and our work in making the ship correct in those areas will be seen outwardly, and it'll take care of itself. There's always going to be the old Savannah that's going to perpetuate what we all don't want to say, but the same. I went to 3 houses as an 8th grader to try to talk other white parents into sending their white kid to a high school that was public because they were told they shouldn't do it because they're going to be in school with people that aren't the same as them, and that's just not the Savannah way. And unfortunately, 29 years later, it's still the same perception. Granted, one of them came to Beach High with me, had some issues with some kids bullying him because he had been parochial before. So his family pulled him out, sent him to one of our private schools. He still has a scar because at that school he got jumped because he had gone to public school and one of them bit him. So his parents said, well, I guess I'm not going to pay. But that didn't make the news because we know who controls the news. So they have problems. They just don't make the news like our problems do because they aren't sensational. And people with money make sure those stories don't get told. So I'm just going to keep speaking it like it is. There are problems in all of those schools too.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
But let's just fix our stuff here, and we don't need to spend a bunch of money trying to. They'll come if they want to. Build it, and they will come.
Ms. Hall.
I think what this does is give us the challenge to let's get our schools that are on those promised school lists off. Okay, let's do it from that way. And put extra diligence on what we can do at those schools to pull them off that list. Let's have a competition. Who, if there are any District 3 schools in there, let's see, if I can beat Denise or Tanya getting my schools off of there. But I do think, like he said, build it and they'll come.
Yes,
I think that's
agreed.
true.
You walked away. So to Sean's point, like, yes, we don't need to just like mark it and try and like not be honest or whatever. But I feel like if we do the things, then it just will become natural. And so one of the things that I always find is there's this assumption that private school is better, right? And so that's, I think, something that we have to also battle. I had a conversation with someone who is in a very high position, who has a child with an IEP, and she was told, you can't send your kids to public school. So they went to an adjacent county, and she said the school was not at all meeting her child's needs because they had one class for students with that special. I said, yeah, so that's one of the advantages of a large district, is we have differentiated opportunities for students at all. Like, those are the types of things that I think are helpful to get out there. So it's not, trying to not be honest about where we are, but it's about being able to tell more of our story. And then to the, last point of why get students back, I mean, you said it very well, Dr. Watts, like, and this is the planner in me and the civic side of me. I had a conversation with some friends just last weekend. Again, they could easily afford to send their children to private school, but they intentionally choose public school because they believe in the value of having their students, their children, surrounded by people who are like the community as a whole. And I feel like so many of our, like, as a society, we are getting so polarized that school is the one place where, kids are innocent when they're born, right? And they learn all these horrible things along the way because they're influenced by whomever they're surrounded. And so the more that we can expose to people with different socioeconomic, factor, like, all of those things are what make us a strong community. And so that's from where the community side, I think Savannah Chatham is better off with. I mean, that's like my whole thing is strong schools, strong communities, and vice versa. Like, we can't have one without the other. So anyways, sorry, I don't mean to soapbox, but I'm very passionate about this.
Dr. Howard Hall.
Yes, when I served as a Title I program manager for private schools, that was my area, private schools. I saw a shift when Islands became a high school and when we built New Hampstead. A lot of the students began to leave the private schools and go back to the public schools. I'm just sitting here wondering, will there be another shift upon the building of our school in Pooler?
Do you have a question?
No, I wanted to know that as well,
Right.
because that's my district.
Anyone else?
Yeah, it was
Private and charter schools in the full 300-page
Microphone.
report.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I have a map of all the potential that we could gain in Pooler. And you can see on the map, the charter and, the private schools that we could potentially attract young people to go through.
Yes.
It's in the 300-page document.
What page?
I
We thought you had it up.
I had it up.
I have it here.
Page 144.
I didn't put you on this one.
And I know our next conversation is about promoting our choice schools with transportation. That could potentially be another strategy.
Yes.
So for me, I want to be clear, this is not necessarily, for me, it's not about winning kids back. I do think that's important. I think the strategies that we're trying to do through the strategic plan is good for kids that are here currently And in the midst of doing that, we could also recoup kids. So it's not like doing something special or different, because to you all's point, we won't be able to get everybody. And I'm fine with that, right? Because I also am a proponent of choice, right? I'm a proponent of choice. And if you choose and you think the best experience for your child is something else, then I'm never going to tell a parent you're wrong for that. But I do believe that there is power in a public school experience. And so I think it's my job as a superintendent to make sure that that experience is optimal. And if you build it, they will come. And if they choose not to come, that's okay too. That's how I feel about it. I'm not gonna be mad at nobody.
Are you ready?
You don't want your kid in a public
Are
school.
you ready to move on, guys?
Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it. Thank you for having us.
My kids always went to school in the hood, that's all they know.
Yeah. Me too.
We tried the affluent school, that did not work.
Downward trend in public or private enrollment until COVID.
Right.
And went back up again. But he said 9,000. It says
What page you
6,800
on?
here. Page 146. So COVID had a huge impact too.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, yeah, because that's why homeschooling went up. I mean, that's nationwide.
Right. If you look at the data, private enrollment was at 7,500 in 2007, and it declined every year until 2019. It was down to 4,600. And then the year after went to 5,700, and now it's at 6,900,
What I
6,800.
saw at Savannah Christian is that a bunch of people came because public schools wouldn't open. And
Right.
we would, now we
Right,
were
right, right,
shots, and,
Okay.
but some of us
You're on.
use it for the spiritual.
All right, so good afternoon.
Hey, guys, listen, and we can. and
We
get
have
out of
the
here on time.
pleasure. Yes, we have the pleasure to be last, and so we are going to try to be expedient as possible. So today, we're going to bring back a transportation choice pilot shuttle update, and I have with us Miss Lynetta Mills, who's our Executive Director of Transportation. So please help me give kudos to the transportation team for all their hard work on this presentation and bringing forth the opportunity for us to expand our offerings to our young people. So again, just a reminder, this proposal is to do a pilot of shuttle offerings. So a shuttle is where you get to pick up students at a designated spot and then drop those students off at the same spot, but it's not at the school that they would attend. So we're all aware of the challenge that we have. So we are very fortunate to have wonderful choice schools and choice programs. But as a district, we do not currently offer transportation for those students if they choose to go to a choice school that is not in their home zone school. Transportation is an opportunity for many of our families, or a challenge for many of our families in itself. But now if you're asking a family to come bring forth their children and they have to meet the start time and the end time, that is beyond what some can do. And then remember that many of our working families have to work, that would be an additional logistical barrier, and younger students have greater challenges because they can't independently travel. So we don't promote to put your kindergarten student on the CAT bus by themselves, right? So that's what we mean when it comes to travel independently. So why now is the question, right? So we heard from our stakeholders through the 2031 strategic planning that there is an opportunity for us to remove those barriers and to expand transportation. And this would help for our district ensure that we stabilize our enrollment. Perhaps we could even grow enrollment in certain places. And this directly ties to strategic priority number 4 for efficient, effective, and equitable resource stewardship. So just a reminder of the overview of what we would like to do. So we would like to pilot 2 of our K-8 schools, Charles Ellis and Garrison. These sites were selected by our transportation routing team as they afford us wider opportunities as far as grade bands. And again, students in the K-8 model generally don't have the opportunities for transportation like our high school would have, even the middle schools as the upper grades. So the shuttle design would be that the buses would arrive 10 minutes prior to the departure time of the shuttle site. So we're going to pull up 2 buses to a site. Parents are going to bring their students. They're going to wait with their students if they get there before the bus arrives. And once the bus arrives, then the student will move from the parent's car over to the school bus. And then the school bus arrives at the school. In the afternoon, it's going to be the reverse. The school buses would pull up, students would board, the buses would go to the shuttle site, the student would remain on the bus until the parent arrives. So there has been an update to our shuttle sites. Previously, we have brought forward some recommendations for retail establishments and for some municipal partners as well as our school sites. You'll see in a minute when we go over the parent survey, the number one piece of parent survey requests was safety and security. That was something that was highlighted over and over in comments. So we took that feedback back as well as meeting with our legal team, and we said, what can we do? So we decided, well, we're going to do this on our own school sites. Our parents feel better when they get to drop their students off at one of our school sites. So this allows us to not pay for any kind of lease agreement or MOU or any kind of contractual obligation because we're utilizing our own school sites. So give you a little update there. We're moving along on the leases because we don't have to lease anything. So let's go through the parent survey. So in December, we sent out a parent survey for our Charles Ellis, our current Charles Ellis, and our Garrison parents, asking them to please fill out this survey. And we highlighted this as a potential that we're exploring, and we wanted their feedback. It was sent through our parent notification system, Bright Arrow, and so it opened on December 3rd, and it went through December 15th, and the parents got a friendly push on December 12th, hey, please fill out this survey. So we had 131 surveys completed. The majority of our households had one student attending a choice school. So most of the families did not have multiple children in Charles Ellis or in Garrison, but they had one student in those schools. It's no surprise that the current mode of transportation that the majority of our parents utilized was parent or guardian transportation. The next highest would be our carpool with another family, and then you have some were utilizing cat bus, some were walking, and some had selected other. So it might be a daycare was dropping them off or another opportunity. When we put forth the interest in the locations, this was before we transitioned it over to our schools, the number one location request was Pooler Parkway. Number 2 was Jenkins, although I would note that Jenkins and some of the other sites came in very similar. So this was where we said, what did we hear from our families and what can we do to meet their requests? So number 1 was safety and security. They said safety is a non-negotiable for us. We will not participate if we don't feel that our students are going to be safe. Even though we said we would have a school resource or campus police, BOE PD officer there, it was still important for us to go back and reflect, and we said, okay, well, we will adjust. We will have it at our schools. That ensures that we are able to provide a safe and secure environment. The age-appropriate grouping of students. This is something we often hear by our K-8 families. They prefer for us to operate the buses with the middle school on one bus and the K-5 on another bus. For this model, we're going to continue with our current approach, and we're going to keep the older students at the rear of the bus and the younger students would be in the front of the bus. And we'll continue through that mechanism. Secure, well-lit locations and weather protection. So the students will remain in their personal vehicle until the bus gets there. So that is how we are accommodating, to the best of our ability, weather protections. But remember, we're going to have it at our schools. So the 2 buses will be located at the school sites. Sites must be close to home. This was very important for our families. So we will strategically select, we've looked at the sites, we've, to the best of our ability, went across the district so that we're not making you drive all the way across the district, because that would not provide you any benefit. You could probably get to the school faster than drive. But that was what we worked through to make sure we are minimizing travel. More satellite options, so they wanted to expand the offerings for pickup and drop off. So remember, this is a pilot. We want to start the pilot with the school sites selected, and then as we move through, then we will collect participation data, safety data, operational capacity. Then we can look to bring forth recommendations to expand the program. And be keeping that in the back of your mind, because in a minute we're going to ask for some feedback. Preferred earlier and later drop-off and pickup options. Our parents, a lot of the parents are single-family households, or maybe they're working families. They want to have earlier times. We are going to evaluate that for future pieces, but we are building this into our current model of utilizing our current staff and how we can expand current staff. So that's why right now, that's not, we can't do a 6 a.m. pickup time and the bus just sits there for an hour. Okay? Consistent and reliable schedules. So because this is a shuttle route, they will operate on our structured, predictable schedules to the best of our ability. We know that the train is sometimes a problem, accidents happen, but it's going to be consistent because it is our employees. We track our buses. We do our best to make sure that on-time arrival meets or exceeds our KPI, and we are proud that it does right now. And then reduced overall time for a student on a bus. So we took that very much into account when we looked at the routes. We did not want our students on the bus for an hour and 15 minutes. So that is something when we designed the program, we did take that into account. Avoid adding commute time. So if I already spend 30 minutes in the car to get to Charles Ellis, they didn't want to drive 45 minutes to get to a shuttle site. That's completely reasonable, and we believe that by placing those shuttle sites across the district, we have met that need. And then strategic placement east of I-95. So we heard a lot from our families out in that area that they would like to have the opportunity to attend the choice schools, and this would give them that opportunity by adding those shuttle sites. So your first question for feedback is, what other points of consideration do you see or anticipate with this pilot proposal? So what else should we think through?
I just have a question. Do we have
Yes, sir.
staff and buses for this?
So we're going to utilize our current staff and current buses. We are always seeking more drivers, so we want to put that out there. But we do, based on the timing of when Charles Ellis and Garrison start and where the staff take the routes, we have built into the budget the funding necessary for this, but we plan to utilize our current staff.
Including, you said a backup bus?
Including the backup bus, so 2 buses.
Are we taking away from other routes?
Ms. Mills, no, we're.
We're building that into the routing itself.
No, we're building it into the route itself.
Anyone?
I fully support Hope It Works. If there was a way on the call-in line to have like a button to push. My child's in the pilot program, just so we make sure we're catching all those data points as much as possible. Just because it's something new and you want to know that it's going well, because I hope it goes well so that we can figure out how to make it bigger and not increase stress to, as Mr. Katchmar was alluding to, already driver shortage and bus things. But you know, y'all are constantly thinking and reworking, so thank you. I have no clue how you do it. When people call in the morning, we know where I'm at with Kat right now. So yeah, don't any of y'all leave and go fix their problems, because I like y'all keeping our problems not being the same as theirs. So, yeah, I hope it works, but I think that touch point is just gonna be so that we don't have parents start it and then end up with only half of them continuing, and it's because of a customer service thing that we could have, if we would have just had that person catch their call fixed, yeah.
Thank you. That's great feedback.
One of the best things we have is that bus app. What's the name of it?
Find My Bus, or Here Comes the Bus?
Okay, all right, so we have to make sure they know, they can see at any time where their child is. That's a big, good seller for us.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I just like to share, yesterday I noticed District Clark had on a shirt. And I said, what's that? It said SOAR, SOAR. I said, well, what is that about? He said it's a pilot program that they're actually piloting into the schools, safe, orderly, and respectful. They're going out to the schools and working with the students to share with them how to ride the bus safely, orderly, and respectful. And I thought that was really awesome.
Thank you for highlighting that. I love the plug. So I have to give the kudos to Miss Mills and her leadership. So that is something she's done. And yeah. Yeah. We're going to have a video. So we often have young people that have never ridden the bus, and this gives them an opportunity to see what it's like to ride a bus, to know what to do, not to stand up when you're on the bus, don't get in the aisle for safety reasons. So the kudos all goes to the transportation team. Thank you, Dr. Howard Hall. Appreciate that positive. Yes. Yes, we're going to have a mascot. There's a little robot bus, so that we are continually working for education. A robot bus. We brought out simulators last year so that you could learn how to avoid defensive driving on the bus and distracted driving and all these pieces. So if you ever get bored, let us know. Come out to transportation.
Sorry, you may have. Yeah, I've covered this when I stepped out. Are we going to have, like, when we last talked about this, we kind of talked about quadrants and being realistic about where we could provide services. So are we thinking that we will be getting, sorry if I missed that.
This is, I'm going to go back for a minute. That is the map of
Okay,
our sites. So we adjusted, and we will be at the sites. The map is really hard to see, but on the map, it shows you the students eligible. So for example, if you were to look at New Hampstead K-8, New Hampstead High School, it says 81 students live in that area and attend Garrison, and 18 students live in that area and attend Ellis. And then it gives you in parentheses the miles to those schools. So it would show you that if you were living in that area, it would be 17 miles from that school to Garrison and 18 miles to Ellis.
Sorry, so let me ask it differently. So say we expand this and we have a shuttle that goes to Islands. Are we going to be taking people from New Hampstead to Islands?
And potentially in the future, if we do expand the program, that would be something that.
Because I think that, like, I'd love to do that, but I also would prefer that we make sure we're building a system that's sustainable, so that if we have to look at, okay, we'll provide, like, I hate to use 95 as a dividing line, but it kind of makes sense. Like, we'll do hubs to East 95 and West 95. I don't know, I'm just throwing it, if we don't have the resources to be able
to expand.
Do all the way, because if people get their choice, they're gonna like, yeah, I want the shuttle right next to my house, but, because I saw that one of the parent things, I'm like, of course that's what you want, but we also gotta be realistic about what we can provide.
Eventually going out of town.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have a student, like, it may be that you have to drive your student to a hub where they can then take that hub to there, like, there
Yes.
might have to be a little bit of.
Yes, very similar to a CAT bus or another bus.
Yeah.
You may have to get on one bus and
get on
to
another.
attend to another.
Okay.
All right. So just a brief reminder of where we are in the timeline. So November to February was our planning and site readiness. So we have already made contact with the principals. We had no concerns about this, the pivot to have it at their schools. Remember, we're not involving the school staff to ask for supervision. It would just be if there was some kind of odd emergency inclement weather or something, that the students would be vacating the bus. And because it is at our site, we can move very quickly. And then we have ordered the cones, the radios, all those fun things that come along with site preparation. Phase 2 is simulation, route design, and awareness. So this was March and April. So the good news is there's no real agreements because it's our site, so that we can check off the box. The running the simulations, so this will help us make sure that, hey, we can get to all the needs on time. And traffic patterns change regularly, so we want to make sure that we're adjusting for that. The goal is to have the route efficiency. So our target is to have 20 minutes or less as far as our total shuttle duration time. And then we have been in constant conversation with BOEPD, but we want to run the simulations with them so that our Board of Education Police Department has an opportunity to go with us. They see things differently than we do, and so we want to make sure we adjust for anything that they see. We want to develop those inclement weather plans, challenges, and if there's delayed, what happens if we miss a pickup? What happens if a student misses the time? What do we do? And then execute the communication plan with the schools, the parents, all the lovely emails, call-outs, podcasts, whatever we can come up with to make sure that our families are aware. Remember that as part of this, we have communicated with our families about the potential via the survey, but when they signed up for the choice school, there was no guarantee about transportation. So they already agreed they would provide their own transportation. This is now going to be a plus for them because we're going to say we can provide transportation. Parents would, in May to July, is the time that we would ask for registration for transportation. We have a goal that we would like, should those many students live in that area, we want 25 students on every bus. That's our goal, right? So that's kind of our bar that we're seeking to say, hey, we want to run this pilot. We need 25 students, 25 to start with, and then the average of 25 to stay. So if we start to see that our participation is dropping, that's when we're going to be reaching out to those families to say, hey, we do have a planned survey to go out to the families, but if we see that we're dropping off rapidly, then we want to figure out why. What, sometimes parents move in and out, sometimes maybe you had transportation and you didn't. So we want to be involved to understand what we can do to continuously improve. We will assign and train our drivers, our monitors, and then make sure that Board of Education Police Department has assigned an officer for each site. We'll conduct those practice runs. So that's where we go out, we take the bus just like we're driving at the same time to see what happens and make sure we don't have to make any adjustments. We're going to order the signage so that when you get to a school, you know where you should go. You know where you should park and what the young people should do. And then we're going to make sure that we publish those maps and the timetables to our families, presenting it to them in different modes of communication and ensuring that it's online. So you should be able to pull that up. August is our go live, and so we are moving forth with that date. And then throughout the opportunity, we'll do monthly data collection to see what's our on-time performance. Did this pilot adjust our other schools to make sure that by adding this plus, we didn't dip down in our other schools for on-time arrival. Our safety and supervision of incidents, so did we have any issues there? And then parent satisfaction, so are our parents remaining happy with the program? And then we will have January to May is when we will do our metrics for the on-time arrival. I believe we report that out in December, if I recall correctly. So making sure that we're zeroing in on that. 0 safety incidents is our goal. And we're talking large safety incidents. If Megan falls down, scrapes her knee, that's not considered a safety incident for us, for that matter. 80% parent participation or greater is the goal. And then we would like the cost to be less than $700 per student. Just a reminder of the timeline we just went in. So now we're going to ask a question about your confidence and any adjustments that we need to make after you've heard the timeline and the other pieces.
Mr. Smith.
Just a quick question. It's kind
Yes,
of
sir.
off of the topic just a bit. With the shortage in bus drivers and times changing as far as technology are concerned, has there ever been in Atlanta, I know that there's a Uber that drives itself.
Yes.
And yeah, I know. But I just want to know, has that thought ever come up? And in the aspect of, we don't have enough drivers, but if we had monitors that can be on the bus, could that be a possible relief? I'm not saying I'm for it, but I'm just asking, has it ever been a thought?
That's a good question. So you must have been involved in our blue sky thinking for the strategic plan, because one thing that we would like in the future to plan for would be more autonomous opportunities. I don't know that there is an autonomous bus yet, but there's some pilots, so that is something that we were thinking through as we plan for the future. And then monitors are something that are very important to us, and in the future, we would love to see more monitors added. And this is something that, as we went through the numbers, we made sure that if the numbers met the minimum number for our other monitor routes, that we had a monitor on this route as well.
Mr. Ketchmark.
So we're doing this as second choice because we don't think we have the resources to fully restore transportation for choice and charter schools like we did before COVID. So my question is, and I've been harping forever on we're not paying our drivers enough. My question is, do we feel like we've exhausted all other resources, like addressing their pay issues, without deviating from our normal district processes? Have we explained to them what's going on with their pay? I know there were lots of questions just about the information that was on their pay stubs. Moving people to 8-hour employees who didn't want to work 2 hours in the morning and 4. Have we exhausted all other opportunities to recruit and retain and staff? And the biggest question for me, are we comfortable that we're at the max we can pay to be competitive in the market within our salary scales of comparable jobs? Because this, to me, is a poor second choice. I think it's very well thought out. It's a great plan. But we're going to do a hub where 1,000 people have to show up within 10 minutes at 13 different hubs, and everything's going to be fine, I think I'm going to be pessimistic and say I see lots of issues there. Now, our transportation team does very well. I'm more concerned about parents not showing up. I'm concerned about a parent pulling in as the bus is pulling out, and then they start speeding and trying to catch up to the bus, going, hold on, I'm here, pull over. You know, I'm just thinking about all those types of things that we have less control of because we're trying to time 1,000 people meeting at the same place at the same time. And so I want to make sure that our first choice, which is, at least for this board member, restoring direct transportation for choice and charter, is not feasible.
So I will lend to Mr. Ray to answer the compensation questions.
Yes, we had a compensation study done last year by Evergreen, and our bus drivers were not under, they were actually over. But as it was acknowledged, I think even in the meeting last year, that was done based on a market compared to other school districts, not a market compared to the commercial sector. So we acknowledge that. So that's something that's we're comparing to other districts. So we can explore that and see if that's something. But we don't usually do market studies compared to commercial. Maybe that's something we need to do. One of our problems with bus drivers that we don't have with any other group of employees is if you just look at the number of bus drivers that we start off with, we're probably at the same number that we have today, but there are probably 20 to 25 or 30 new bus drivers that weren't here at the start of the year. There were things that were done by bus drivers throughout the year that are no longer here. So what happens is they have a higher percentage of bus drivers, a much higher percentage, that end up needing to leave for reasons that we don't have in any other population of employees. So we do a good job of recruiting, but then there are things that happen and they go out. We recruit, they go out.
We had 150 more drivers before COVID, and for 15 years that I lived in this district, we provided choice and charter transportation.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
we had the same issues with higher turnover for drivers.
true, but we were at the 300 range. What I'm saying is that number hasn't changed. We remain constant. We've remained constant as far as the number of drivers that we have after the pandemic, before the pandemic. Before the pandemic was a lot higher, but we still had the same issues. They still were leaving at the same rates that you would look at it and you say, okay, we're hiring all these drivers and we have these others leaving. That still is there. But that's something we can explore, but certainly that's something that's there. They're paid comparably compared to other districts, not necessarily compared to a bus driver that's at, or a driver that's at the Georgia ports, for example.
Or FedEx.
Or FedEx.
Amazon or UPS.
Yeah.
Now, we did not fully eliminate the 5-hour positions, but we did have a additional transition in next year's budget that has not been approved at this point. But we did make a request to transition more of our 5-hour drivers over to 8-hour drivers. And we made a transition for many of our monitors. We're 5-hour monitors, but they were riding and assigned to 8-hour routes. So we were automatically paying them for 8 hours, so we made a request to just transition them to 8-hour employees. Some of our employees, because of other benefits that they have, they would not like to move from 5 hours to 8 hours. They want to remain at the 5 hours. So we're trying to honor that request and then do a phased-in approach to add in more 8-hour positions. Yes, of course. Come to the microphone. Come up front to the, there's a mic up at the banister. Or here, come right here.
So our estimate to get to where we can transport everybody is about 265. When I first came, we were at 197. We're right around 220 right now with drivers. So to his point, it doesn't matter whether you're in Cobb, doesn't matter whether you're in DeKalb, because I've been in both. It's a revolving door with drivers because that middle of the day, even though they have things they can do, it's just not something everybody wants to do, is like a split shift.
So,
Did you have something else, Ms. Davis?
I was just gonna, I don't know everybody knows the split shifts, right? So our drivers start their day at 4:30 in the morning, right? It's a very early day, and then some of them go till
About 8 o'clock
at night, and then
at
you're
night.
driving the weekends for athletics and field trips, so it is
And middays,
and middays as well.
if they so choose. So there's plenty of opportunities for them to make money, but it's very arduous, and the behavior is really something that's a problem for a lot of drivers and monitors.
I understand all this. We had all these issues before when we were providing transportation for choice and charter. So I guess what's different? That's what I appreciate all these issues. I've seen them.
I'm just trying to say, the pay isn't the only thing. There's so many, it's a plethora of issues.
So, and I would say to the request to expand it to more choice and charter schools, our goal was to start small to make sure that we could maintain the level of quality that we see in our on-time arrivals. And then if it works, then we would bring back an opportunity to say, hey, we'd like to expand.
How long before you make that decision? This is going real well, let's add 3 more schools, 4 more schools.
So at a minimum, I would like to have the first 6 months next year, so, and it doesn't even start in July, but let's start it out in July and say, let's get through December. Let's see if our parents are happy. Let's see about our on-time arrivals. Let's see about any kind of security incidents. And then we can say, if that is the case, then we would make a recommendation to expand it and look at the budgetary impact that it would take to expand.
This is one of these things I want to do a sprint on. Like, remember yesterday I talked about just doing a short innovation sprint, seeing what it looks like, and then at the mid-year mark, if we need to reallocate funds, we would come to you all and say, okay, this is the data, and let's expand. But if by January, we don't see that we're getting the ridership, or we're having problem staffing, then that's when we discontinue. We just don't commit to it. So I just want to do a sprint, see how the data pans out, and then if we need to pivot away from it, we can. If we need to lean into it, we can consider that too.
The December date was because of the choice program registration in January. So offering that clear communication to parents, because it is intended that when you sign up, we would communicate if we knew we were going to do transportation to those parents, because some parents right now might not sign up because they
know they
can't do transportation.
But was there a reason not to include a middle or high school in the pilot? Because the kids who come to board meeting and complain and say they want to be able to do their choice program, but they need transportation, are the high school kids.
Well, we
So-
figured high school kids can drive. We had a conversation about this. It may not have been the right strategy or approach, but we figured high school kids can drive
Or take CAT.
or take CAT. Your elementary kids are likely the ones that are less likely to be able to have transportation. So that was the mindset. I'm not saying it was the right mindset, but we did have a conversation about where we start.
Dr. Brinkman?
I have confidence in the sprint. I hope it goes well. I don't want to pay bus drivers anymore, because we're just going to have compression and inversion, and we're going to have teachers wanting to be bus drivers. We
That's
aren't
where
going to
we're at
catch up
now.
with Amazon and those places. So we have to just keep looking. So thank you for still trying to find the people that want the special schedule and find a calling to drive buses. Yeah.
Ms. Kurowski, then Mr. Cashman.
How many students can fit on our smaller buses that don't require CDL?
14.
Are we looking at using those at all? I mean, I know our target number is 25, which would mean no, but if we have lower ridership, are we looking at those as an option?
We do look at that for just overall routing.
Okay. And then my second question, and this is a much more complicated one, will the timing of the shuttles allow a student who lives in the zone, who might go to that school where the shuttle point is, be able to walk to their school bus, stop, and then take the bus that goes to that school, but not go to that school, get on the shuttle bus instead?
That's a unique thought. I didn't think about that. I appreciate you pushing us. So thinking about if I live in New Hampstead K-8's district, taking the bus from my home to New Hampstead and then getting on the shuttle bus from New Hampstead to go to Charles Ellis. We did not think through that pieces because of the timing that you would likely get on your bus at New Hampstead and then the timing of when you would have to start. But that's a good thought. We will continue to look through.
Yeah, and that's why I said I think it's a complex question, but I think it could get to, because personally, I support this model because I think to be able to have that door-to-door service that we provided pre-COVID, I would rather see some of those resources go into the classroom. But if we can, look at kind of that as a way to get you from your doorstep without mom and dad having to shuttle you, would be interested to see what that looks like.
Thank you for that push. That's a good idea.
Can we explore, or have you explored penalties? Like daycares, you'd want to drop off early, it's $5 a minute, or if you're late more than 10 minutes, it's another $50.
So
3 strikes and you're out.
Yeah,
Can we explore something like that to encourage some skin in the game?
We do have a penalty, not a financial penalty, but it's a ridership opportunity penalty should you have any major incidents for security. Should you be late so many times, and we plan to be very clear with the parents as part of the registration and as reminders that this is an opportunity. It's not a requirement that we provide this, and if you don't meet those needs, if parents are late to pick you up too many times.
Behavioral
Behavioral challenges, right? So those are pieces as you have too many discipline referrals from the bus. You won't be allowed to ride for the remainder of the year. It could be that you can earn back the right for next year. It's, maybe you just need a little more time in mom and dad's vehicle or auntie's vehicle or whoever, but you could lose the right, the privilege to participate.
Do we have that same penalty for all of our students?
We do not.
Why not?
Through the principal.
I love it.
But through the principals, so we make discipline referrals to the principals, and then we work with our school leadership team on any major incidents. Some of those pieces as well lend into IEPs, special education, that have additional pieces to work through, but that's, that is something to consider in the future.
I guess I would be curious from a legal, I mean, like, I know we have to do the IEP, like, I know there are protected classes that we have to provide transportation to. But I mean, personally, this gets a little bit into our discussion this morning, like, I think we should consider writing this a privilege, like, a
It is,
service, it's a privilege.
it's not a requirement.
It's not a requirement, and so I would advocate for that. And then also for parents, I think we need to be careful and give, like, if they're not gonna be dropping off their kid the next morning because they have a doctor's appointment or something, like, is there a way that they notify you so that they don't get penalized?
They would not be penalized for not dropping their
So
child
it's more the
off.
pickup.
It's like, I was late to pick up my child
Okay,
by
so it's the
45
afternoon.
minutes,
Okay,
right?
that I fully agree with, but if they decide not to use the service in the morning, I wouldn't want them to be penalized.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
It's the back end, right.
And that totally makes sense.
Yes, and it's, the goal was to have on average
Yeah, in the morning,
25
there's no
students. So that's just an average, because we do understand students get sick. You know, you may have spent the night with a grandparent, so your grandparent, so life happens, we can definitely work through that. The intent to the two buses would be, should you not arrive on time, then your student would remain on the bus until, yeah, you would, or in the afternoon, it would, I guess it would be one bus. So you just remain on the bus with the bus driver as supervision until the parent arrives. And if it gets too late, then we would work through campus, our Board of Education, Police Department, and school leadership to find where a parent is. All right?
All right.
So that lends us to questions.
We did that.
We just did that. We're good.
That ends our presentation.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Take a break. That was it.
Very proud of myself because I timed out our time perfectly.
You did.
And I hope no one, I mean, we are literally ending right on time. I don't know how I did that. I probably wouldn't be able to do it again if you asked me to. But right. I did use ChatGPT to help me schedule it, though. I did. But I do appreciate everyone's input and insight today and yesterday. I know it's been a rigorous last 2 days, but your guidance is extremely important and helpful to us as we plan next steps. I'm leaving today feeling very good about the direction of the district, based from a governance standpoint, also from a student-facing standpoint, and I hope you all are as excited as you leave as I am about the future of SCCPSS.
I ditto. And my biggest takeaway for the day came from Ms. Hall, and I thank you. And I hope that we all can commit to getting all 18 of those schools that are eligible for the Promise Act off that list. Can we all commit to that? Okay. I'll accept the motion. We're just kidding. But thank you. We're off to a good start, guys. Yeah.
They working.
So given the fact that we've spent the last 2 days together, this is the weekend you all are to get a board update from me, but I
No,
respectfully
don't worry
ask
about
that
it. Don't worry
Sunday
about it.
I not have to send
No,
one, but
no.
I will send one next Sunday.
There you go. And staff, thank you very much. Thank you. And Tamika, thank you.
Michelle, thank you.
Michelle.
Any other final comments as we transition to leave?
No, we don't.
No.
Okay,
All right.
Dr. Bremer says we're done, so the benediction has been given.